All right, see, and I remember to turn it on this morning. I'm making Nicole proud. Yes, it is. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. Is this something you can eat? As other friends come, they can just join us at the table. Everybody get started on time and end on time. Okay, well, first of all, good morning and welcome to the Strive Together building. We're very grateful to Strive and to Colin for letting us use this awesome space. As you'll see, Colin also got you lots of yummy snacks that are in the middle here to keep you pumped up all day. There's also lots of toys in case, fidgeting with stuff helps you focus. There's lots of fidget stuff. So we're going to get started today the same way we always do, reminding ourselves why we're here. Sarah, right here. All right, who wants to read us our vision? Gus, go for it.
Engaged citizens, inspiring school board members are empowered with the knowledge and skills that can drive systemic change, and every child will have the opportunity to succeed in school and beyond, and the entire community will positive impact.
Thanks, Gus, and our mission. Annie.
At School Board School, we are activating a diverse network of engaged citizens, inspiring school members to create significant and sustainable change in their school system. We prepare participants with the skills, mindsets, networks, and experiences needed to be ready to serve as effective school board members and community.
Thank you. And there was a spider crawling right through there. I was like, now it is Sorry about that, Annie. It was distracting when it was like crawling right through the screen. Very good. Thanks, Annie. And now, what are we doing today? What are our goals? It's a big day. Arthur, go for it.
Apply systems change concepts to the work of the school board, connect their work from the previous sessions with the systems change framework, begin to recognize or acknowledge how issues of race, class, gender, power, and race affect the work of board members and education advocates, be able to provide examples of how power and privilege perpetuate inequities in our systems, recognize the importance of the characteristics of effective boards, examples, building coalitions, collaboration, and listening, and changing systems and how to apply those characteristics to work inside and outside the system, be able to use data to understand the system's performance, particularly as related to issues of equity.
Whew. That is a heavy load for one day. We've got the right people today to lead us through it. So first some context about why we're at this point today, why this session is where it is. So just like it says, we want you to connect our previous work to the systems change framework. So we started our time together going to the superintendent's address, hearing from the board president and assistant superintendent about what the goals are for CPS. Then you all were able to get together with Marion and David leading us through your own why. So who are you? What are the life experiences you're bringing to this work? Getting to know your classmates better. So all these people you're going to be doing this work with, and really trying to figure out, what am I going to do? What's my role in this system and in making change? And then we went from there into learning from administrators and board members about what the board does, what the district does, how the system is currently set up, and how you navigate that. So once you had all of that, right, you kind of knew more about CPS, you knew more about yourself. Now it's time to start thinking about, how do we actually affect change in a system? And so that's what we have going on today. And our guides for today are Colin Brock from Strive Together here, and Jasmine, who is the Director of Community Affairs at Councilmember Sittenfeld's office, and also an alum of School Board School, one of our first graduates. So very excited to have them here today. You have their bios in front of you so you can find out more about them. But I'm going to turn it over to them because they are going to lead us through the rest of the day today. Go for it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Jasmine, Colin. First, we're going to start with a data walk. So we're going to do this. We're going to break you into small groups.
They're up here.
Oh, yeah. Voila. You are in small groups. And we want you to look at there are as many data stations as there are groups. And so you want to go and look around in your group, and we know that there's a span, right? So we know that there are some people who might do data analyses for their role. some people who are like, data? Question mark. And so we don't want you to get kind of intimidated if this is not your thing, but just really look at it and see what are you pulling out? What is the story that's being told? What are the things that come top of mind to you while you're doing this in your group? And if you are kind of like, I don't know what this is, that's okay as well. The goal is just to see it, and then kind of we'll work on processing it together, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you have around the room a lot of different pieces of information. So on this wall over here is data from the STRIVE Partnership report, which focuses primarily on the urban core school districts. So that's aggregate data across Cincinnati Public Schools, Covington, and Newport. On this back wooden door, you have information related to the preschool promise. Over here, you have, many of you probably saw, particularly if you're in this program, the recent data, the Ohio State report that came out. So this has both sort of a synthesis and a preamble about the state of the CPS data, and then breakouts for the district. Over here, you have actually a look at some of the particular schools, just to show a little bit about the variability. You have errors data here, and then we have national data in the corner here. So you'll have 20 minutes in your groups. Be thinking about what surprises you, right? What jumps out as you're looking at this? What excites you? And what conclusions are you drawing as you look at this? And again, think about this as systems produce outcomes. So this data is really representative of what our systems are currently producing.
Yep, so there's no right or wrong answer. And then how do you choose which group? Just, it doesn't matter where you start. So everyone will just take some time to kind of walk through. So just get in your groups here. We'll put some questions up here. Just what we were saying, it's really broad. When you look at this data, what does it raise for you? What are you thinking about? What are the conclusions you draw? So again, get in your groups, start at one of these data points and just move around and talk with each other.
And the data as a whole, not a data by station.
You can look at each station and what does it count for you. You can look at it as you know, done, whether the questions make sense to you. There's no right or wrong way.
All right, where do you want to start?
The guest speakers right
Go ahead and find your groups and then start at some data.
Okay, wake up. So what surprises you? Like what?
Actually, fourth grade and I graduated.
Why it, because in the other ones there's some positive parts that I'm really curious about why this starts started out.
I think so. Yeah.
Because that's, it's a big, I mean, it's 32.
Exactly what they're measuring, so it's saying at some standard.
It's a national rating test.
But also that this is going down. Going up.
Questions in general, like what questions?
I think because I was wondering the same thing when I was doing the pre-work, but I think it has to do with like national, like different national standards, like in order to move out of 8th grade, this is what we expect for math proficiency. Yeah, it's interesting that 8th grade math seems to be the one that
It was correlate exactly the same.
Yeah, like you'd like to see maybe more improvement here, telling you there's a trend like into the future.
It's like the math and the reading are very similar.
Yeah.
Lines of data.
Right, yeah.
Like percentages of passage, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would say passage or something.
Yeah.
I this is deceiving, so it's like not graduating on time, when if you just said graduating on time, then it would look like things are getting better, but they're really not.
Hey, bring it back to your tables. Say thank you to your lovely partners.
Prisons on that. It is not. I've never
Bringing it on back.
But it's something that gets thrown a lot by politicians.
This will not be your last chance today to get into data. Here's the data.
Because I was waiting. I was like, tell me what it is. I was like,
Well, probably like all the report card stuff is
Yes.
speed. I just love it. It's so efficient.
Not the chase, as we've discussed.
Right, exactly. Not the chase.
The straightaways
Not
are
made
in
for
great
chasing.
shape, but you got heavy turns on the triple.
All right. So as you're returning, I use a couple of logistical plugs. You may have noticed there's water back here. There's glasses back here. There's coffee in the kitchen. There's a restroom right outside the door here. And then there's also one in the same location on each floor. So if we are in rush hour, you can just a couple plugs there. So you have about 10 minutes now. You've got a chance to interact with some of this data through partners at other tables and other groups. But now is really a chance to dig in at your table. And I want to ask you a couple things. When you looked at this data, what questions did it raise? You might think about what surprised you, what excited you, and what conclusions did you begin to draw? Right? This is obviously just one aspect of the system. This is mostly focused on quantitative assessment data, right, which we know is imperfect. But it's a doorway into looking at what the system is currently producing. So take 10 minutes at your tables. What questions did this raise, and what conclusions are you drawing from the data that you saw?
What's in it? What's stronger? What do you have? What you looked at? You don't think it's far enough, but 10% to be represented.
What changed in that year? Was it like the air test was new in 2016? Because they changed the test every few years. It was like the test is new, and then now it's actual like because it was new last time, is it now actually like they're just teaching to the test? Or like are students learning anything more, or are they just now teaching specifically to the test because it's like it's such an ineffective way to like you pass a test and then you forget everything. It's just like cram, or you learn this one very specific way to answer.
it's like the secondary questions that we look into in data actually resume questions. So like we have gaps this big.
Yeah.
Did the test change? Or something big happened. Same thing happened in at some point in the test. I'm assuming that's when they switched from like state to college students, but you see a huge decrease in what across the board.
And one thing is like I'm in Columbus this Thursday, so I went to the last Student Achievement Committee meeting, and one of the things that they shared it was like all of the things I pick up at meetings, but it was this one. But if you looked at like this is 2018 versus 2019, like 8th grade math. That like in 2018 it was like 2017 it was like 83% passed in 2017, and then in 2018 only 26 passed. And so what it was like is also bad data because like there was like the newer there was like it went instead of going those went improved, but they were like this year with 26%, every 8th grader in the district took it, which was like 1,700 kids. In the previous year, it was only like 90 kids who were like in like an accelerated math program. It was like 83%. So it was like, it's bad data, but not also telling you a number. Like you're just giving people these percentages. And so that was also like, yeah. Right. Yeah, and you're just, but it was like some of those things were like, why is this green line?
You said a lot of that too. Like you need that teacher. You need especially when you have someone that can tell you the full story, but there's a weird anomaly. I think
Well, you didn't even let me finish what I was saying. They can only go up to 18 before you start counting adults in the classroom. And if you get up to 25, you can add another one. But that's the recommendation of using it to 16th grade. And what happens is the kids, the curriculum, third grade is a huge leap to the fourth grade. You know, like what happens in the fifth grade. And that's exactly what the adult So,
because they're not babies anymore, is that sort of the idea?
and like maybe this is the beginning of giving opinions and arguability, but what happens, this is just my thought, I don't know this is for sure. But some of the schools where third
I
grade,
think at least you mentioned last time we had a session like that, and right over
and by the time they're 16 grade,
reporters, but this came out
in third grade,
Cleveland.
A school that I was just talking
And
about,
it basically was like, what is the median income for the school district based on sixth grade? Of all the schools in the state, like residents were making $95,000 on average, and I think like, and then like F's were making $32,000 on average. And so, and I think how that was like similar. When you look at some of those individuals, like how so like so it's basically like like the school of Mark right there good at telling you how like the median income of the neighborhood. Like there's very few outliers in the state where like people make a lot of money and are performing like that.
I think that's a great observation. It makes sense to me that as a kid, like, I don't mind asking to have a whole room, but I know my sister would not ask. But if she could like grab the adult who's nearest and ask quietly, like maybe that would encourage conversation and trust, rather than having like, hey, everybody look at me, I don't know this answer.
yeah, or even like, so you take your first test of the year, and you see the kids that are like not doing great right away, they don't have that good class. So if they really struggle, then the kid doesn't even have to wait. They can say, you're going to sit at a small table. This is what the
There's a lot of
it's a lot of pressure on the kid. It's very hard to say, I'm the one in
more and more kids struggling.
Yeah.
Because like they find out now and they'll think,
do you know what you're doing? Sit next to me.
You be best friends with this one.
Yeah, like all of that.
The kid was trying to cheat off of her. And I said, there's a call from her class, so they told us to quit for whatever.
Of course.
And that was, I know why people continue us. I remember like, that was something. I remember at superintendent's pickup, we were in a small group, we were talking,
From high school.
nothing in the strategic plan.
And I know CPS was
He's like, at the end of the day, like, athletics, like, sometimes can be a thing people get passed on or get passing grade just for opportunity to play, but also
But I've really been intrigued by
get motivated and work on shit. So sometimes like that role.
enrollment. I'm just thinking about college. And then teach lessons. What we observe they get handouts. The graduation rate is like up to 78%, which is much better for CPS.
Yeah.
Enrollment is 27% in post-secondary. The persistence is when you start college and you graduate, you persist through to graduation.
You mean that they don't follow that anyway?
No,
Once you graduated,
so even for the ones, I want to know like what's happening with the kids, the students who may actually enroll. Like, why are they not graduating? Like, what's happening? What kind of support is necessary? Getting kids to apply and get through because there's so many steps that are required from getting the evaluations and then getting the a lot of it comes from support too. Because I know someone else has done it. Absolutely, needing that support. So when we were doing a team FAFSA initiative, and I was like trying to look at two different approaches to getting kids to get into post-secondary institutions. So what we did was combine and test it. Because we know one of the barriers to having inclusion is getting your parents involved. Number one barrier. So we're like, well, if we put EITC, earned income tax credit sites, together with like FAFSA completion.
We were doing
But we didn't it just went away, but I'm really interested in trying to
David, trainer the first time, David and I were doing and we're together there. And one of the things that I we just kind of did an observational audit. And then like we made scenarios for the teachers, basically reflecting on them, like what needs to work. And so it was like some high schoolers, secondary grade, watching them.
We're the twins.
That's good.
Yeah, I was more.
We gotta start that again, even earlier.
Can we finish with your statement?
Buzzer thing, ring the bell, you know, fiddling the track machine, and then they not really but it's also other main
So it's an important those then if someone learning what's coming.
Beyond even home ec, sitting have gone away. Budgeting should be in like how do you live life after high school? Like yeah, financial literacy, cookies.
So thank you for taking the time in your groups to kind of talk about the things that that were coming up for you regarding the data. We're going to get started with a check-in. And with the check-in, we're going to ask, how are you doing today? What insights did you get from the data? And then what does systems change mean to you? So let's see, let's start with, or who will begin?
Are we going around the room? Anyone who wants to volunteer?
Who will begin?
I am exhausted, but I am excited to be here because I love my new people and I love what we're doing. Data insights, I have been particularly interested in persistence for kids who actually make it into college or enroll. What's happening with them? Specifically our CPS students, why are they not completing college? Like what supports are not there for them? What barriers exist? So that's an insight for me around that is how are we supporting the connection between secondary schools and then post-secondary? No, and also realizing that not all kids are gonna go to post-secondary and that's fine, but I think in that population, what's not working? Systems change, for me, I go right to racial equity. And so to me, systems change means dismantling some of those structures that create disparate outcomes for our population. That's what it means to me.
Hi, I've been on a roller coaster of a week this week, so I'm really glad to be with new friends again. The data insights to me are very interesting because I live in Norwood, but I'm still new to Cincinnati, and have sort of lived all over Ohio at this point. and everyone's mad about their individual report card. Like in Norwood, they're like, oh my God, these schools are so terrible, what's happening? And I'm like, it's Ohio. Like, it's not, I don't think it's all the problem here, like micro. I think it's the way the state is doing things, and I think most people would know there's a problem with the funding and all of that. So it's sort of, I don't know, makes me feel better that it's like it's an even bigger problem than just our one little neighborhood. And systems change it to me. I thought the podcasts were awesome. They really helped give me more of a language to explain things that I have lived through. And when I tell other, particularly white people, about how sort of things are systematically oppressing people, I sum it up in the, well, why don't people just pull themselves up by their bootstraps? Not everybody has bootstraps, and not everybody has boots.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm trying to get people boots.
All right.
I guess me then. All right. How am I? So I'm new in the city, as all of you probably know, and just being here kind of, gives me an insight, and I'm happy to, be a part of this and learn. What data insight? So I mentor at Western Hills High School, and I was mentoring someone that kind of was in the F's and D's in senior year, and they, didn't have a plan, okay, for that individual. And I started asking about how many people in the school are in this same predicament, and they didn't know off the top of their head. They had to go check. And so this is some missing insights that I want to know for each school, is who's being left behind because they didn't have a avenue to go down, later on in their high school career. Systems change. I'm still learning about it. Okay. All right. So bear with me. I'm just trying to grasp the concept because in other cities, and I've been around, I don't see that much. Okay. So this is a big deal that I want to learn here. So.
Great.
Who will go next? Yes.
How am I today? Glad to be here. Exhausted from all the reading I did. Reading and videos and stuff, but it was, and I'm sure we'll talk about some of that stuff. It was some eye-opening things for me in the pre-work. So data insights. I think data is good, but it doesn't tell all of the story. And so I always question, well, is this a snapshot in time, or what are the trends? And why did you collect this particular data, and what story are you trying to tell? So I'm a little suspicious of motives around data sometimes, so that's kind of where I live. And then what does systems change mean to me? After reading all that pre-work, I think in a nutshell it simply means the system should work for the people it's intended to help. And where we are is we find ourselves in systems that work for the people who are, it's not necessarily the folks that are supposed to get the help, it's the folks who are trying to preserve the system for system's sake. And that's a huge problem that kind of spells out where we are with education. That's all I'll say about that.
Well, you dig all into our day, so thank you for that. Thank you for that. Cool. Yes.
Okay. How am I today? I'm happy to be here with everyone. I'm tired also. I think we're all kind of tired. As a teacher for 30 years in Cobb County Schools of Georgia, I was looking at the Montessori school data, and I can't remember the other ones. And so thinking about data and how they can manipulate data, but it's interesting that they both received an F in preparation for college readiness, going on beyond college, getting a job, etc. So I'm wondering if the data that all those testing and everything that they do, that they are missing the most important component of placing students or having them ready, because that may be the last time those students will ever be in school, many of them. So we were talking about what point do we start teaching resume writing, cover letters, networking, interview skills, and being ready. So I think all that other data is really hurting the end result, not getting those students out and about. And system change. System change, I would like to help. That's why I'm here. I'd like to get into school systems and help them do programs, because I taught STEM school, and I did resume writing, cover letters, networking, interview skills with magnet students. But we forget that they're probably going to get that anyway, because they're the top of the top. But I would like to get into the schools and find a change where we actually are teaching the kids. People come in and interview with them, help them get their resume ready. They don't even know what a resume is. I had students didn't even know how to label an envelope. And these are magnet students, gifted kids. One of the students sent, instead of to his mentor, he sent it to himself. He's like, "Why did I get this in the mail to me, Dr. Adams?" I said, "Because you addressed it to yourself." And he's like, "Oh, okay, I thought that's the way you do it." So he didn't even know how to address an envelope. So I think we're missing some of the major components of getting students out and about.
How am I? I am surviving.
No.
Just kind of leave it at that. Something that we talked about here at our table, similar to what Marcia was saying, was about things that the data can't measure or is hard to measure. So thinking about, again, the schools that have like a failing grade, but how do we measure things maybe like school culture, or like how do we get a picture of what's happening in the individual classrooms that might actually be quite good or quite innovative, but just don't fit with the data metrics. And similarly, with like the schools that are doing well or making gains, how do we measure or figure out what they're doing to get to make these gains? Like again, so it's like I love data, but I'm interested in like the qualitative part of it too. Like again, like the story, like what is happening on the ground level, and how do we replicate it? And then systems change, I think for me always involves like, it's hard because it involves a paradigm shift, or it's like, for me it involves looking at something that you've been looking at for a while from a new perspective, having to like reorient yourself to a problem that has existed for a while and is not going away.
Yeah, so I'm
Good thing you did make a lot of coffee, Colin.
I'll just get a straw.
As far as the data insights, I mean, I'll come back to school, so I'm a systems engineer. Like whenever you kind of get what you measure, and so a lot of it gets down to, when I see this data, like knowing. I always ask lots of other questions around the data. Like I see it, and there's lots of stuff I can't see. So out of context, it's really hard to pull insights kind of like in isolation. And I know that anytime that you're measuring a certain thing, you're getting unintended side effects. And so when you design your system, you have to think of what are these side effects that are going to happen. So for me, systems are largely invisible. It's like people, like I'm working in a big marketing firm and a marketing company, and people are like, "Oh, marketing never affects me." You ask every individual, "Oh, it doesn't affect me." Well, we wouldn't be spending billions of dollars if it doesn't affect you. I know you think you're the only person who doesn't affect, but everyone thinks that. And so the systems are really kind of the same way. Like they're invisible, and people were like, "Oh, well, it's just that individual." You as an individual are going to be entirely different if you had been brought up in another part of the world. And sometimes people see that, but they don't see the systems like around Cincinnati or the systems right here and the impact that does make on people.
I have to tell you that I'm the opposite of that. I am the consumer. So I'm the one that like, ooh, new packaging, let's try it. I love that commercial, let's do that. I'm like, I should be in all the focus groups because I'm like, yes, sparkles on the packaging. Yes, 6 of them. We love it. Yes, keep it on business. No, thank you. Who's next? Yes, thank you.
I'm also exhausted. The one so data is kind of a double-edged sword in which you can use it to either justify action or justify inaction. And so when we know that the systems are broken, someone can spin it to say that certain schools have an A rating, certain schools have an F rating or something. And you can also use data to raise skepticism about whether or not public schools are even worth saving, stuff like that. So I think the important thing to remember is that, we all do know that various historical factors that have led into today that make it so that certain kids are more likely to succeed than others by great amounts. And so when it comes to data, it can be a useful tool, but it can also be used against the mission that we're going for.
Thank you.
How am I? I'm good. But then I'm also disheartened, I think, by the information and the resources or just the education for our children. A little disheartening, or at least by what this shows us. And so just listen to Marcia and some of the other ones. I also have a lot of questions around it. Because I also believe too that there's other factors that have not been played into what we're seeing here. I talked to Melissa this morning. I was telling her, I went to my daughter's parent-teacher conference and I wanted to throw something at her because she, on one hand, praised my daughter and told me, when she does group work, she's excellent. She knows it all. She can help other students. But then when she shows me her computer test, which for a first grader, she's doing 42 test questions, and when you do one, it gets even harder. And so, but her test is showing that she's basic. So it's like, but she knows what she's doing in the classroom. So then I begin to ask her, well, when I was in school, the teacher did observation. She sat down and she said, Mayana, so what comes after A? Oh, B. So there was that one-on-one interaction. And so, of course, observation does not play a part into computerized testing. So that was a little disheartening, but, Alyssa kind of helped me and made sure I didn't go choke her. So I'm not choking.
Call it
I won't choke.
Low bar.
So
Your accountability buddy is wrong.
So when we talk about system change, is it gonna change? Is it changing? Will it change? But then, okay, so then Gus, because I'm not a data person, and Gus so wonderfully helped break down some things. But I noticed in the 8th grade math, 2013 to 2014, we had, it was like 61.5%. But then 2017, 2018, we down 34.9. What programming or what changed between 2013 and 2017, 18 for this deep decline? So just a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions, and just
Who took the test could dramatically change?
Yeah.
That's such a great question.
yeah,
right?
It's, great thing for policies. Thumbs up, but what happened?
And without any of those questions or context, if you just see that, you think they must be failing. You don't know that actually that test was only given to the kids who were accelerated and took that course before, and then because of equity issues, CPS said everybody should be able to take this course. And so now everybody is taking it, so it's of course a different baseline. And so the context, right? But if you talk to most people, it's printed in the paper, it's just look at this huge drop.
And that's almost one thing.
Yeah.
So when I went to the board meeting Monday, they had, this very, very thick packet.
Yeah.
But as I was going through it, there were 38 courses, AP courses.
Yeah.
And so all of the high schools were listed.
Yeah.
Walnut Hills
Yeah.
had at least 30 to 32 of those courses. And it was like, so why aren't the other schools being provided the same AP 36 courses that Walnut Hills are offering? It's not, I don't.
Thank you.
I'm good, although I have my sister here, who's 12 years older than I am, from Florida, and so she'll be with me 7 or 8 days. I feel like it's just nonstop talking. Not just her, it's both of us, but it's like, and she's doing great. She's 87, and doing great. But we've just been on the move, so that's where I am right now. So the data just is overwhelming to me. I just trying to absorb it. It's also depressing to me to see, but along with what a number of other people said, it's just a small piece. There's so much more, involved besides the data. And I was interested in the preschool part because I'm interested in the preschool program that we have and, how it all works, because I think the earlier we can get the kids, started, and they'll have a better chance of having some equality along the way if you can get them early. And so actually it was Marcia who was telling me how they rate the preschools, because they're not all the same. They're not covering the same material. They have different staffing. So even though your child is in the preschool, they're not necessarily getting the quality that another kid. And then they start in kindergarten to first grade, and they're not on a level playing field. So the data is overwhelming. So the systems change, good God. I mean, it's just such a process, so slow. Sometimes people just call it different things, but it cycles around and it seems to feel the same year after year. And I think Cincinnati Public has always been caught up in that they try to be innovative, they bring in this and this new program, but it just seems like it's the same old so many times. So that's frustrating to me, but the book is good. I'm reading the book, I read and I find it, the lingo, I think somebody talked about the technology. I feel like I understand more about what they're talking about and how you can really make changes in the system. But again, it's slow, and you got to have people on board and knowledgeable, because nobody's going to buy into it unless they feel like they have some power in it and some control over it. So I'm learning about that.
Power and control. Who will go next?
So I am president. I was looking at the schedule and was like, I don't think I'm back with y'all for like 6 weeks, because I went to the last Student Achievement Committee meeting, and then October 12th put in a pitch. Akshaya is coming to hang out after the session, but it's the GLSEN Greater Cincinnati Youth Summit at NKU. It's a free day of workshops, so a lot of other things going on, but data insights. One of the things I shared with my group is I saw there was an article from Cleveland paper that they said like school report cards are very good at showing median income level of communities, and that schools that got A's had a 3 times higher median income than schools that had F's. So it was like the average income in schools that got A's across the state was $95,000, and the average income of schools that got F's was $32,000. So was just looking at like, is this really measuring performance, or is it measuring? And we know like any effective school has parents involved. It's about how much parents can be involved, how much parents can support homework and different things at night. So I think just the data like gives us a snapshot, but doesn't give us that full picture. And that's where I think like with systems change is we really have to think broader about that intersectionality, about all the pieces that are coming together, and all the different systems that are, our young people, we're thinking about schools, system change specifically in schools that our young people are interacting with, and how all of them have to shift to be, for some change to actually happen.
So I was feeling really exhausted coming into today, but just like talking with you all made me feel really recharged, because like I feel like it's exhausting to be in a school where everyone kind of has their eyes closed to like what this data actually means. And I'm actually at Gilbert A. Dater High School, so it's like it hits deep, because like our school, if you ask teachers, they see that rating and they're like, oh, it's the report card's fault. But then like being in the school, you're like, no, we're really failing our students. Like we're failing our kids. And I think like I relate to what you said, Dawn, about like giving students as transferable skills, but like we have advisory class. Students learn how to write a resume, they learn how to network and all of those things, but if you don't have access to those spaces to network, access to the system itself, you'll never get to use those skills. So that's like what's really sitting with me today.
I have like a pulsing sinus headache over my left eye. It's okay, I have pills, I'll take them in a minute. But I'm excited to be here with all of you. Despite that, I feel like it boosts my morale, just being around this group that I would never meet otherwise. So thank you for that. My data insights are, I read an article this morning in bed on social media. One of my friends had posted about how like high achieving students are now high risk too. And so as we like mull over all of this data, and it was saying, you know, because in a different way, right? Like parents are so like, you know, pushing for them to go to certain schools, and so suicide rates and drug addiction rates like go up there. And that's a different issue than our kids not, you know, capturing what they need to in school. But it makes me kind of look at the bigger picture, like what's our goal? Like I know CPS's goal is like, what is it? Employ, enlist, enroll. I don't necessarily agree with all three of those, but like we just want them to be like happy, functioning human beings, right? Like, and so all of that, I mean, yes, you need to know how to read, and yes, you need to know how to add and some, you know, multiplication and division, and the reality is in our economy these days, you do need a high school diploma to get very far at all, but I just feel like these numbers get too much attention sometimes, and we lose sight of the bigger picture with all of it. And so, like, systems change for me. I feel like my daughter's school got a decent report, like grade, but you know, and so I went to one of the meetings with the principal, and she was, you know, like praising everything. It's like, yeah, but there are other things we're missing here, right? And so everyone feels warm and fuzzy. Oh, she's in a good school, my kid's in a good school, you know, and it's like, no, that's not it. Like, so my struggle with that and all of the podcasts and the reading was, I feel like there are so many people that are just looking at their little patch of grass, and it's green and everything's okay, and my patch of grass is green, and it's like, but you're not seeing like the brown surrounding you and like the fire rolling in, and it's like, how do we get people to look up, you know? Like,
that picture where like the dog is sitting at the table and there's fire all around, he's like, this is fine. My table hasn't caught fire yet, so this is fine. Yes.
I wasn't going to speak, but I purposely want to go after you. Which I realize it's really shocking to everybody that I wasn't going to speak. I've had a shit-tastic week. Thank you for asking. And the only reason I even got my big flabby butt out of bed today was because it was you guys. Aww. And I really look forward to this all week, and I have to leave for Disney at, my flight leaves at 7 a.m. and I have to go fake it for a week and pretend like I'm at the happiest place on earth for a whole week, and it's hot, and my hair's going to be erect, and it's going to be amazing. But I'm following you because you're exactly right. I'm in Northern Kentucky, where I live in the top-rated school district in the whole damn state. And I'm starting to think that we made a mistake by overpaying for our house to live there, because yet again, you know, we were ranked #1, and aren't we wonderful? Look at how amazing we all are, and all of our students are just perfect little angels, and they're also smart, and look at all the data, and they talk about how wonderful our kids are, and they're just brilliant. And meanwhile, they're kind of assholes, and I'm just like starting to, I'm seeing the cracks, and I've seen them, and but they're starting to get bigger, and I'm seeing them through a different lens now, and I'm starting to just be more and more done with it. I turn 47 next week, and my threshold for the bullshit is just coming down. And my threshold has been shot for a while, but I agree that the data, they show you what you want to see. I think I've told told you guys, everybody in my town looks just like me, with the exception of a few folks, and, I don't like it. The systems change, that's not going to change, and I can't change a lot of what goes on there, so, in lieu of what I can't change, I've got to change where we are. And I'm just done, and if I should probably go home and put myself back to bed, or else I'm gonna end up putting my house on the market today, and then leave for Disney tomorrow, and nobody wants that. Well, I do. So, yeah, I can't be in good society today, so I'm just gonna ask you guys to bear with until 5, and then I'll go home and put myself to bed, and it'll all be good. But yeah, I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of the fluff and the bunnies and the rainbows, because that's just not the reality. I mean, these little selfish bastards are just, you know, the little rich kids of all the white people, and I don't want my kid around it. I'm tired of it. And my filter's way off.
Really?
It's usually off.
Damn, we had no idea you were a truck driver.
It's abnormally off.
I mean, you haven't discussed any anatomical parts yet. So.
I haven't had a vagina yet.
It's coming.
I think what I did that day was, and people at work still can't believe I did that.
Cincinnati. That's okay.
That's
My
right.
4-year-old likes to say it all the time.
I mean, my husband
does it all the time. My favorite thing in the world in Target. So, that's great.
Work in Cincinnati, so I'm like, why not just, yeah.
I don't care.
Or live over there and send our kid over here, because I'm just done.
I understand.
So, because nobody can understand why I'm coming to this. And nobody can understand, they're like, well, what's wrong with our school? So, all right.
We're going to dive deeper into that.
Do we have time for one more? I saw Ronnie's hand.
Yes.
Okay. I'm doing fine. I'm not tired.
All right.
You're riding everywhere.
Because I have a knee rover. The data insights for me, I think what, actually they changed a little bit as I got a chance to hear everybody else's. I really think when Nona talked about the qualitative data versus quantitative data, that really hit home with me. I also think the data that we're seeing, if we're looking between the lines, we're seeing that if we go back to what Sean said about the economic differences in the schools, and then that translating to the support that each student is getting, like the ratio of an adult to a student in the classroom and outside of the classroom, that difference is probably at the root of a lot of this. And the reality is, you know, what you said about pulling up your bootstraps, you know, people say, well, the family needs to be more involved. Well, you don't know what shift those parents are working, and you don't know how much they're doing just to scrape by, and then you put one more thing on there, you could break their whole family structure. And so I guess what's like the conclusion I'm coming to is community. You know, we talked about like when we went to the superintendent's address, et cetera, and they talked about the school, but they also talked about like the community and the connection between the communities and the schools. And somehow, if we can't find that ratio for the adult to a student in the families, in the schools that where they're still seeing such challenges, then we have to figure out a way to bring somebody else into the game. You know, we have to go out to the community and find business partners or churches or whatever it is where people say they want to help. Let's tell them how to do it. Let's not let them have to figure it out on their own. What does systems change mean to me? The word that keeps coming back to me is just systemic. Like when I think of like, you know, if you have poison ivy and it's untreated, it gets in your system, it becomes a systemic problem, and then you have poison ivy all over yourself. And that is overwhelming to me because you don't have any idea how to even treat it anymore. And so at some point you say, like, do I just wait till this is out of my system, or am I really going to try to figure out what to do here? It's just, that's pretty depressing, but that's how it feels.
So, I was just gonna say, so I think this is actually exactly where we're gonna get to next. So I'd love to hear from everybody as part of the training. So don't feel time bound on this, but try to be crisp so we can hear everyone's voice.
Yes, I can go next. How are you? I'm alright. I lost a grandma 2 days ago. And but my in-laws are coming in town today, so it's like a good, positive thing to see them. They also come with like a lot of emotions for those who have in-laws. So there's just a lot happening in the back of my head right now. But it's really nice actually, just being new to Cincinnati. It's also just being nice to be in a room with a bunch of people, because usually just like one-on-one with people. So it's nice to have a room full of people. Data insights. I just like, my background in teaching and school leadership, when I see data, I immediately start looking at subgroups and disparities among subgroups, and I just get this like intense anger and frustration about why this is happening and why this is not our focus constantly to make sure that these gaps are being closed. But on the same kind of piece as I get upset that these numbers represent our kids, and those numbers are not our kids. And working at the middle school level, like eighth graders see these numbers and they feel that that's them. And that's not fair on an 8th grade student who is a person of color to think that I am 30% less than my peers, because is what this math test says. And so it just kind of going to that like holistic approach to data is that while these numbers are the work that we have to do, they also are not, that they don't represent our students, and that's important to remember. Systems change to me is just get this like intense sense of urgency of we have to fix this now, and then sometimes thinking that like it's not change, it's actually blowing up the system and starting fresh. And like even with the book, thinking about like I don't want to read 400 pages to change the system. Like I want it to happen right now. I've been the person that's like, you know, trying to make that happen, but realizing that like it does take time, and you have to understand the whole picture. Sorry, that was my attempt to be succinct.
Yeah. Blowing up systems today. I like it.
Show people, but I'll blow things up.
Who will go next?
I'll go. I'm good. Data insights. Just, okay, we started back here, and I guess Preschool Promise didn't come into effect until 2016.
It was past in 16,
So,
yeah.
I was trying to figure out how that correlated with the data, because these kids back here haven't caught up with the
Right.
data yet.
Right.
And so, if this system change, by the way, when this levy came up, I voted no, because I didn't see the benefit of my tax dollars for paying for other people's children's preschool. But just looking at this data, I see that we got a lot of work to do, that if my tax dollars can help in any kind of way, then this needs to be fixed. So that system change to me is worth every penny. So that's what I got out of this.
Thank you.
Yes. So how am I today? Well, I'm hopeful, but I'm also discouraged. And the reason why I say that is because I'm in CPS. I'm traveling to schools with my mentoring program, and I'm seeing the disparities that are happening that's not correlated in any of these graphs. These kids are dealing with social media bullying. They're dealing with depression. They're dealing with suicide issues. There's so many things they're dealing with. And they're dealing with it at an early age, and no one is able to teach them or coach them how to deal with some of these things. So, and just moving into system change really quick, so I saw that there was a need that was broken. So I am coming into the system to help to create a system that will help these kids that are in 7th and 8th grade that are transitioning from elementary school to high school. Because that's a big gap, and they're in this whole new world. They don't know how to navigate. They don't know how to talk the language. They don't know how to fit in. So I'm coming in with that as a program to kind of help. But the other thing is, it's very emotional to me because all 4 of my kids, 2 graduated from CPS and now they're in college. But I see the disparity because my academically successful child, he graduates next year, and the other one that was troubled, she's having a harder time getting the resources that she needs. So I'm having to advocate to help her. My younger kids, my youngest son went to Walnut. He went there in 7th grade. Amazing rock star, but he was stressed out because he had to make the grade. He had to make the teachers happy, yada, 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 and he came home depressed. So we transferred him to Hughes. He's still a rock star, but oh my gosh, the school is just it's troubled. It needs help. So I'm all over the place today.
Good today. I'm happy to have my first full Saturday with all of you. I've been a little absent the first month or so, but glad to be here. I just keep thinking about comment-wise, so I know you as a community partner, and actually I think you're saying the same thing. So coming from a corporate community that's been heavily engaged in Cincinnati public schools, and I think that in terms of system change, and Ron, you spoke to the same thing, it absolutely takes additional individuals to support families that can't do it on their own. So whether that's partnerships within the schools from a mentoring perspective, I'm also a longtime junior achievement classroom volunteer. I think that's a stellar program for children to have workforce readiness or financial literacy training. It's really getting those inroads and making those partnerships for a broader system piece. However, I think a lot of those aspects aren't necessarily reflected in that. So until you find a way to measure those pieces in addition to the metrics that are shown, I think you struggle to find that time and outside of advisory, and I think that's where a lot of times you fit it in, at least in a high school perspective, but until you get to that piece, it's tough to make those inroads and see the value of it.
Anyone who hasn't, who wants to. You don't have to if you don't want to share, but if anyone. Okay. Thank you for saying. Yep. I understand. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got to do this session last year. I didn't get to do it with Jazz, but the feedback I got was really powerful, super depressing. So we're gonna do better this year. We're gonna try.
Powerful and depressing.
So a couple things. One, so people often tell me when you look at data that there's the same thing that happens in grief when you look at data, right? There's I can't remember what are the states denial, anger, bargaining, right? Yeah. Eventually you get to acceptance. Yeah. So we're gonna take 20 minutes and we're just gonna do that now and get it out of our system and get that acceptance point so that we can talk about what can happen when people actually get to work on changing systems. And we're gonna give you some tools today to think about, if you all, whether you're taking up a role in the school board, whether you're getting out, so Jazz was here last year and now is in this, public policy making role on top of all the community connections and other things she does. Heather Gerker, who was in the class last year, is now working for the Stride Partnership here in Cincinnati. You've got people that are getting equipped with skills and tools to go out and actually change systems. So I want you to believe it's possible, first and foremost. And so Strive Together, I have the great privilege of working for this organization that believes deeply that race, ethnicity, place, and income should not predict a child's economic success, period. And we express that belief by working in 67 cities, 29 states, 13.7 million kids, 8.6 million students of color. But we're based right here in Cincinnati. And so this is always sort of where my heart is, and that's why I'm excited to be with all of you today. And what I want to tell you is that communities all over the country are actually coming together, and they're saying this isn't good enough, right? And it's not about schools, it's about housing. It's about transportation, it's about juvenile justice, it's about income and poverty. And we had, a couple weeks ago in Washington DC, we had our national community, so we had like 500 people from all over the country. Lisa was presenting on this very idea to leaders all over the country who wanted to think about what it would look like to do this in their hometown. But Stacey Abrams was there, and Stacey was shared a little bit with the group. And people asked her, you know, how do you do systems change, right? How do you get people to give up power? And she said, nobody gives up power. Why would you give up power? You gotta take it. You gotta take it. So I want you to hold that today, because this is your opportunity to think about how are you gonna pick up your role, whether it's on the school board, whether it's at a marketing agency, whether it's volunteering in a mentoring program, whether it's going out and starting a parent organizing group. How are you gonna work to take power? Because systems are set up and structured by the people that create them. And there's not a lot of incentive for them to shift, because systems also change. So you all are gonna get a chance to dig into this. So as you look at this, whose data is this? Our data?
It's ours. The state.
States?
District.
District? States, ours, district. Right, data's power. Who gets to decide what gets measured? People who wrote the questions. Right? It's the people who wrote the questions. Why does everybody in Cincinnati know about the failing school report cards, and nobody knows about the fact that 98% of kids are passing on the third grade reading guarantee?
People like bad news.
About who?
Other
And it's clickbait.
Yeah.
It's an affirmation of something you think you already know, right? Like people have already decided that CPS is a failing district. They want to know, and this affirms that for them.
I like this story. This jazz is what I believe.
Yeah. I think, what was the question again? I forgot my train of thought. It's so intriguing. I think education, I think people feel because they were in school, they know exactly what needs to be done. And for all my years of college and education, and they don't really know. So I think that so many people are trying to make decisions that haven't really been in the classroom and really been doing it in the trenches with the schools. And they're making the questions and doing all that without knowing really the students.
And I also think that some of the parents, because what I've seen on social media, the parents want to blame somebody for my child failing, if not looking at themselves. As you know, I mean, it may not be 100% true, but we all have a stake in our child's education. We all do.
I mean, I don't necessarily know all the intricacies of the third grade reading guarantee, but I know a report card. So I can read an A to an F, and so it's also like that it's like, you know, I think people know about it because it's easy to look at and just make a quick judgment on.
So I'm just logistics today, but I'm also a teacher, so hearing that, I think it's also about blame. So as long as you present this data in that way, the people who are culpable are very easy targets: school systems, teachers, parents, and then who is actually in power gets to step back and not be accountable for it. And I think I've felt that, you know, even at like the district smaller level, but I think it's bigger than that.
And then you.
Up here and then back.
Okay, I was gonna say, then you don't get, all encompassing money and position for success.
Right.
You get it when you focus on problems that need to be fixed and failure.
I remember when they changed the report card designations from, it was continuous improvement and those things. And the reason behind it was that people wouldn't understand what that meant. And so they went to A to F so that people would understand what that meant. And I think it's to the detriment of the system, because the schools, because if you saw continuous improvement, that would allow you the opportunity to have a dialogue of what is improving, and how is it improving, and all that. But we react, quick reactions to an F, or to a C, or whatever. And so peeling it back is designed to continue the narrative that our schools are failing. That's my opinion. And I've said this to a number of folks, even in the district, the schools, the district has to come up with a way to tell their own story about what's going on in the schools.
What was I think that far right one? What does that one say?
Achievement?
Another one?
Gap closing.
Gap closing. What's the grade on that one? B grade on that one.
Yeah.
Why's nobody talking about that?
Every principal is.
Every principal is? Yeah. So in the system they're talking about it.
They're saying pay attention because we got to be in this.
Right? So we often pick and choose. We, because this is our data, ultimately, right? We're all part of the system. We all live here. We put tax dollars into the system, or maybe we don't. Right? My family, I grew up with all the privilege in the world outside my, physical privilege, my racial privilege. My parents, we lived in Mount Lookout until I was 5. My mom was a teacher. And then my parents said, well, we could go on that Walnut Hills track, or we could just move to Indian Hill.
So where?
Indian Hill. Right? So my parents said, we're gonna go, you're gonna move with your grandmother, we're gonna live there for a little while, and we're gonna build a house. That happens every day. I'm still part of the system. My parents are still part of the system. They just said, what we're gonna do in my town. I did this whole conversation on white privilege, and my parents said, hey, we'll talk about something fun. But we're all part of the system. And there's this whole idea called standpoint theory. People ever heard of this? So, anyone want to share anything they know about standpoint theory? No wrong answers.
The way we talk about it in academic settings is that the way that you perceive the world has to do with where you're situated and where you're standing.
Exactly. So whatever my relation is to the system is my experience of it. Right? So if I'm in Indian Hill and I'm looking in on the city, I'm like, good thing we moved. Right? Man, that system, it's not doing so great. Right? And I'm gonna move my tax dollars over here. A teacher or principal in the system, right? They may be seeing the system from the perspective of being in it, feeling the weight of it, feeling the challenges of it. A parent, right, who's making the decision, maybe send their kid to Catholic school, right? So standpoint theory argues that everybody sees the system based on where they stand in the system. And one of the things to think about in systems changes, to get the best changes, often you need the best sense of how people see the system. So if you only make the decision, right, so we're going to talk very explicitly about race today, right? So if white dominant leaders, right, that have historically led white dominant systems only see the system from their point of view and only make decisions based on their point of view, whether it's malintent or just their own perspective, they're going to reinforce patterns in what data and outcomes systems produce. And I hate to be that cold about it. We got systems engineering rooms, so I feel like right? My dad was an engineer, my mom was a teacher, so I feel like I was destined to do and then I worked in transit, so I don't know what happened there. But systems, right, they produce results. We're part of the systems, and this is our data. And you all had a chance to dig into some pre-reading and to think about things like targeted universalism. White folks might have listened in on the Seeing White podcast, right? Probably the first time you actually have to think about seeing whiteness for many folks. All of these things contribute to how systems come together. So I was in Memphis the other week. There's a New York hedge fund thinks Memphis is going to gentrify. So they've been buying up all the affordable housing in Memphis. Evictions are up 40% in Memphis. So we're doing much work on third grade reading. We're not doing anything with third grade reading. We're working on eviction protection. And this is the work that I think is really exciting. I know some people have actually run for school. But as you're thinking about your role, right, your role in improving education outcomes could be in the system, could be in housing, could be in transit, right, could be in juvenile justice. But all of these things come together to produce these results. So just hearing how tired everyone was, I'm going to ask if everybody stand up. And I'm going to ask if you find a partner. Maybe some of you haven't talked with as much through the course of the program. And I want you to go back to your why. That why that you identified. And I want you to think about, what does this data mean for your why? Right? What is it? Does this reinforce? Does this disrupt? How does this impact your why? New partner, we'll take 5 minutes, 2.5 each.
You sit, sir.
I know. You want to go?
I want to make sure you get your breaks. Drive your breaks. Any brave souls want to share a little bit about how this data connects to your life?
Okay. So, as I'm sitting here looking at this information, what I love about this course is that, you know, from beginning to now, I tell people, you know, even in my life, who I am, what I'm supposed to do in life. But as I'm looking at this data, and you guys were talking, and I had to write it down because I have a master's in education, and I wrote down, why are you not teaching? You have a master's in education. My friends call me like the baby whisperer. I can go outside and see a kid and it's like, they'll be like, I know you, sweetheart, but how are you? But I know that because of that impact that I have on children, and also, and this is not to toot my horn, but I've also learned to toot my horn, but yes, the impact that I have on mothers, then, you know, it's like, why aren't you teaching? You want to make an impact, why aren't you teaching? So
What's the answer? I'm just kidding.
And you know, the thing about it, it may be only because, and I was telling some people know here, I just lost my job Friday. And so it's like, look at guys. Look at It's funny. So that's what I got out of it.
You were in my dream last night, so we should connect.
I got to hang out there at Target last night.
I
I will say, common force, I'm like with my little guy, like running around Target by myself, a total disaster. Like, things were flying out of my car. And she was just so calm with her little girl, like, Annie, I'm going to speed by you right now. Like, you do have a calming presence.
Every system has its own unique personality. I'm starting to get the sense.
One of the interesting things I noticed that my why is not represented in any of this data here because I'm concerned about food for the same reason we're concerned about housing. And so besides maybe something counting who's on free and reduced lunch, I don't see really any data representing my why. I think that's interesting.
I think it's important to think about why we don't, we have all of the data about what happens when the kid takes the test. How much data do we have on, does the child have a coat when they walk in the door? Is it cold outside? Does the child have lunch? Did their mom even fill out the free and reduced lunch? What happened? What's going on, with mental health? We don't have that data. Why don't we have that data?
So just to kind of play right off of that, the position I wanted my voice to come from hasn't changed much, but what I want to say or what I want to impact seems to be changing every class. But I'll try to keep this short. I think when we talked early on and when we met with you guys early on to see if we were the right group or people for this group, one of the things was to be able to change your perspective when you hear information. And my perspective had already changed, but this is really bringing it to light. Like where I grew up, in a way similar to you, I went to St. X High School, all Catholic grade schools, all that kind of stuff. And I grew up around everybody with that same mentality. And the question oftentimes was asked, why can't Cincinnati Public Schools educate their students for the same dollar amounts that we do in our Catholic schools? Why? Why do we have to, what are they doing with their money? You know, why aren't they being smarter about what they're spending? And then I grow up and the Catholic schools say, your children with autism aren't welcome here. We don't have the resources to take care of you or your kids. And then we end up in a school that is 100%, they get food for breakfast and lunch every day. And then my kids are in a classroom with only 5 other students because that's the only way that they can be taught. And I'm like, I'll tell you why it costs more money in the public schools to educate. Come and see me. So I feel like my voice is getting stronger in that direction. Like I just want people, I want to say, wake up. Like who, did you say, Sarah, look up? Like, look up. You're living in this little bubble and you're only talking to each other. No wonder you don't know anything, you know? So, I don't know. I'm getting, now I'm like, oh.
But thank you for that, Ronnie, because something that stuck out to me is you said that people are like, oh, they're not using their resources appropriately. What are they doing with their money? Where else are we hearing that narrative?
Everywhere. About
Right?
about
Because
poor people.
About schools, right? Where we're hearing that narrative about poor people. You know what I mean? And so that narrative continues, and we'll talk more about why it continues on that way. Other thoughts about Mother?
Something actually about my why shifted a little bit in my conversation with Arthur and thinking about the data because my background's in higher education. I'm a professor and thinking a lot about, again, like the preparation part of the data, which is like how do we make sure students are not just like graduating but also persisting if college is the route they choose. And what made me start to like think is like not just, okay, we need to attend to the subgroups then, kind of like what Annie said, and like how do we make sure that the people who are most vulnerable, who might still want to go to college or choose that route, like how do we bring them up and therefore bring up the whole thing. But then I also get frustrated because testing and data also is something that for me at the college level feels so like not a measure of a student's success. Like I was thinking about what Mayana said about like the way that your child's teacher was saying like, well, she's very like, she's kind of scoring average to low in this thing. And I was like, yeah, I don't care how my students do on a standardized test. I care about whether they can like creatively problem solve and the kind of critical thinking skills they have and like whether or not they can express themselves. And I don't care if they can sit at a computer and do a test. And so now I'm like, okay, maybe my why is changing a little bit in terms of what I'm passionate about.
So coming from a philosophy background, systems change is definitely, it's very prevalent in that field. And I think when you're changing systems, you often need radical change. And when something's particularly data-driven, that change can be used to suppress radical change because oftentimes the data has not caught up to where the changes are necessary. You said you worked for SORTA at one point. Constantly bus funding is shot down because of ridership data and because they're saying people don't ride the bus, people don't want to ride the bus, but they don't because there's a lack of funding as well. And so it's an instance in which it's actually the reverse. The data isn't showing it because you need the radical change for the data to follow. And so I think that's where the danger is in all of this. And I see when we're talking about systems change, the important thing to keep in mind is like these numbers are in place as a result of the system, as we've been talking about. And so you're not always going to be able to use those numbers to justify the change that needs to happen.
Yeah, what if you went from, we talk about this in trans all the time, what if you went from, instead of saying ridership was the driver, there was a measure that came out of the Center for Neighborhood Technologies in Chicago that was housing and transportation affordability index. People often talk about what's the percentage of your income that goes to housing. Well, if you look at that in Cincinnati, we're super affordable. But if you actually add the cost of transportation, all of a sudden you're talking about 40–50% of people's incomes going out the door just to pay their rent and get to wherever they're going before they're doing a single thing for kids or families, right? So what measures, or what gets measured matters, right? And what are the incentives and feedback loops that get tied into things. So we'll talk more about that, but we want to make sure to get you a break. So how about back at 11:05? There's a restroom on this floor, and then again, same location on all of the floors. Back. Bringing it back. somebody said earlier, like, essentially something about who's defining what success is, right? So it reminded me of this video, and I thought we'd just bring in a couple things throughout the day just to maybe bring a little student voice into the conversation. So, something we just put together.
Success to me means putting your best foot forward.
Success to me means being prepared to pass all your classes.
To me, success is being able to manifest your goals.
To set a goal for yourself or others and strive to achieve your goal.
It's also in the everyday when you show up and give 110% and you try to make yourself better and you try to make others better.
It's having the confidence to admit when you need help or having the pride to help someone else.
Success to me is just always knowing in my head that God's got me and God's the way to go.
Success is like doing my best effort, and seeing like the best possible outcome of it.
Success means to me to just believe in yourself and set good expectations and strive to your achievements.
Being success means being happy and loving what you do. It's not about how much money you bring home every month. It's about continuing to challenge yourself and learn every day. Because that's how you grow as a person and experiencing new things.
Success means to finish my goals. If I do them or not, I'm still happy.
Success means to me that you don't fail and that you're being happy.
Success to me means to accomplish a goal that I set out to do, no matter how big or small.
Success means to me on how I reach my goals on my race car.
To me, success is when you've reached your goal and what you've done has paid off.
What else does it mean to you?
Success is achievement that you accomplish.
Success means to me accomplishing something that I have wanted to accomplish before, or accomplishing a goal that I set for myself.
Success means doing what you enjoy in life and not failing at it. Some people actually success might mean just not failing at something. But to me, success can mean lots of things.
So my definition of success is feeling accomplished and satisfied with what you did, I guess.
To me, can be taken in two ways, where the first way is when you achieve something that you really wanted to do and you had a goal and you got that. Or it's just when you accomplish something that makes you happy and makes you feel good, which also is what success means to me.
Success means peace, love, and compassion to the world.
Success is setting a goal for yourself and then achieving it and persevering, no matter if that be graduating high school and going to college, continuing college and getting your degree, and going all the way for your master's. As long as you set a goal for yourself and you go through every obstacle and achieve that goal, then that is what success is to me.
Doing your absolute best and keep striving to meet your goal and do better. Success to me is knowing your personal goal and knowing what you need to do, not comparing yourself to others and achieving your own personal goal.
Success to me is just like setting a goal for yourself, for your community, and with everybody else, and reaching that goal and still striving to go forward and keep past that.
What does success mean to you?
So we'll just keep sprinkling in some stuff. It'll be a little more sunny and optimistic. But it's interesting, right, how different it is when you ask kids what success looks like and then how we measure success.
Good afternoon, Strive Together.
Hey, sorry. That was like the voice of God. It was like, good afternoon, Strive Together.
No, so insights, reactions, like how does that jive with what looks like in here?
One of the things that was coming up for me is this expects every kid to be good at everything, And why do we need to be good at everything as a kid? Because like John and I aren't going to have the same job. Like I could go a whole lifetime without numbers and be totally satisfied, but like they make him really happy, I think. And so like why do he and I need to be achieving the same in every single class when what I'm going to be good at in this world is so different than what he's going to be good at? So why is it a fail if some kid's way better at reading than they are at math?
Then the response.
So I think just the response, if I can, is I think we need to make sure that people that people aren't taking from their environment, that their expectations of themselves aren't as high as other people. And so they've already opted themselves out of things and they think, oh, I can't do math because whatever, or I can't do this. So at least getting up to a point where high school or wherever, where they feel like they have the opportunity to do everything, and then it's their choice after that.
Yeah. Choice. Yeah.
I think what came up, it's funny because when I saw what is that, I started thinking like, what is my own definition? And then watching these kids, my definition did not automatically include joy or courage. Mm-hmm. And I heard that, and most of the kids were talking about having fun. One little girl was like, even if you fail, you still a success. And I think the older you get, it's like we forget that there's no joy and courage in any of these handouts. But I want to get back to that. And I've heard people say like what you are called to do is probably what you enjoyed doing when you were a child, and like getting back to that just joy and courage to set a goal and chase it down. Like.
So one thing we noticed, if you all are going through the data walk, was there's actually some really positive things happening in the data. So in Cincinnati Public Schools, for example, there's something like a 14 percentage point increase in third grade reading over the last 4 years. There's amazing improvements in the ERIC data. So what do you think it is about some of these exercises where none of that came up?
I think we're programmed to look for the problem. As adults, I think we go right to how do we solve the problem and not what are we doing that's working. I think even individually, like I heard Mayana say, like, I'm not used to tooting my horn. Like, what am I really great at? We tend to focus on, like, where do I suck? Like, what do I need to fix?
So that always seems to have more weight.
Yep.
You know, even if you think back to some childhood, you know, each of us have our own issues and stuff that may have stemmed from childhood, and that we always have a tape recorder. We always push play on it. Somebody can say, you know what, I like your glasses, but, and you don't hear the I like your glasses part. You hear the but, the part B of the sentence. You know, so that always seems to have a weightier, you know.
People always make time to complain to the manager about what went wrong. People rarely make time to, or not to complain, but to state what went right. I asked to speak to the manager at Home Depot once, and you could tell everybody, they went and found him, and he came up front, and he walked up like, oh, Jesus. And I said, hey, I just wanted to tell you that Justin in the plumbing department probably saved my marriage, so thanks. And the guy was like, what? And I said, I told my husband that if he didn't get the damn dishwasher installed today, he was out. Oh, thank you. And I said, you guys didn't have the part we needed. Justin had it in his truck. And I said, and he gave him this little piece and saved my marriage, so way to go. And the guy was like, okay, thanks. And then I walked away, and this man was completely befuddled because I know he thought, oh my God, there's a woman in a hardware store and she wants to talk to me. And I was just like, thanks. Because people don't make that time. John, go.
I agree. The other thing
You're a smart man, John, that's fine.
The other thing with the data is like they were almost every case of this, like the Cincinnati was improving the schools, and in most of the cases they were closing some of the gaps. Now you could argue like, hey, it's going to take forever at the current pace that we're going, I think there were some hopeful things, and at least stuff was trending in the right direction.
One of the things that I thought was really interesting was someone brought up that this is not just data, right? This is representative of children who are learning, who have stories and things of that nature. What do we feel like this data is saying about those children? Yes.
So like, I think specifically on the two charts over your shoulder where it was like Chase, it was like 2016, like 32%, and then like the next year was like 64% or something. So it had like doubled, and it was like, unless the teacher somehow performed a miracle, did like they just get really good at teaching to the test, or so it's just kind of because trying to figure out like why would this even show an improvement, or like what is going on, and not that and so I think that was one of the things that it had more questions around that, and so not trying to be just skeptical that our children couldn't possibly get better, but it was also like, is that doubling that score actually going to help them be in a better position to like pursue their future?
It's a starting point.
I saw Miss Ann.
2 points I made. One is we don't even know who's talking about the same children, because it kind of goes back to your point about all the other dynamics that people move in and out of schools. Are these even the same kids? And then one of the data points that has not been talked about in the media, you know about the school board, but I think the Inquirer brought it up, and then it's been kind of squashed. When you go and look at the school data from CPS, there were 12 schools that got an F. And out of the 12, I think there were like 6 or 7 were high school programs. Now to me, that was very disturbing, because, and when I look at the particular school, it was very disturbing. And say your name.
Akshaya.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Akshaya and I were talking about her particular school and what she observed. And I feel like, to answer your question about what does it say about the kids, it may not say anything about the kids. It may say something about this. We have to even look at the whole environment of those particular 12 schools. And I've been really challenged, and I've been biting my tongue, but I've been really challenged by the fact that the district hasn't owned up to talking about those schools. And even if you disagree with the data, you got issues with the report card, I don't even care. But just acknowledge when you toe up, or acknowledge when toe up data comes back about you, and say, oh, by the way, yeah, we got this issue, and this is what we're looking at. So, to say, what does it say about the children? I don't look at what it says. What does it say about the whole picture? The kids, the teachers, the leadership in the building, the neighborhood. What is it saying? Period. Because we don't even know if it's the same kids.
All right. So, if this data represents the kids, is my real question. We think about where this data comes from. I overheard that a lot of the teachers put in this data for each student, okay? Regardless of the test, right, how accurate is this data? Because it really controls how we operate and how we respond to it. So, if every school had their own team that, created their own metrics of how well their school is doing and compared it to what the state gives us, would there be a difference? Okay. As you can see, we see a lot of F's and D's and, children of different demographics that aren't really doing well. Is that really true? Okay. I know there is some discrepancies, but, I think it does us some justice to challenge what the state provides.
I was just thinking of a movie that, if anybody saw Stand and Deliver, where the students were the rough students in California and Los Angeles, and they actually ended up taking the test, the calculus test from California, and all of them passed with flying colors. And in that data, people were saying, oh, they didn't really do that. They had to take the test again, which is interesting. So even with positive, I think people also look and say there's an issue here. So people are always kind of questioning, but that was a great movie. If you haven't seen it, I would suggest you see that.
And I
I think that that goes back to our point, right? So when the numbers, when they're failing and it's Fs, we're like, who's to blame, right? Like, that when the report cards come out, my Facebook blew up. Like, everybody I knew who was teachers was like, look at what the parents haven't done. And everybody who was parents was like, look at these teachers. And then everybody else was like, look at the Ohio State funding. And it was just like, oh, wow. But then when it doubles, Sean's like, well, wait a minute, is that real? Like, can we trust that they could possibly have done better? So it's like when it's something about us that really does want that negativity, but then we also have to look at, like Colin said, the power behind it, right? Data is power. Who does it serve? Mm-hmm. Who does it serve for it to be this way, right? Who does it serve for us to know that this 12 schools got this F and they're in high school, but right here, they doubled their scores, and we haven't really heard about that. Nobody's mom was upset about that on Facebook, right? Who does that serve? And we have to continue to ask ourselves that question whenever we look at data, and it's not to be skeptical, but it's also to understand that we're all, the story is being written, right? The narrative is being written. And whether we are trying to write that narrative to talk about teachers or principals or school systems, it still has to do with each child in there, because they are the ones who are not, or whatever, they're the ones who are creating it. So what is happening at that level and at this level, right? So that we're not just looking at it as this whole school system, but we're also looking at it as like, in the classroom, there are these many students who are having this effect, and what's going on at that level. And what does this mean about what they will be able to do in the future? And how will this data be used for what they might want to do in the future? And that's the part where we have to be really careful.
And can I just want to jump in on exactly what Jazz is saying, so that, because I thought it was so interesting that no one in our debrief brought up that corner. That was the one corner that was like, I mean, ridiculous, right? How do you see double-digit percentage growth at every single school? And so even just thinking about this room of people who are here because we do actually believe in our children. We believe they can, exceed all expectations. And yet we talked about all of these things that were wrong and weren't asking questions about like, whoa, how did those schools go from being that low to that much higher, right? And so even just for ourselves to really check ourselves when we are looking at why is the system set up like it is, what's the information we're getting about it, what are we seeing and what are we willfully maybe not seeing, or unconsciously not seeing. Because those scores were the difference in the first cohort that did Vision 2020, which I think most of you know, so that was like communities got to choose what programming they wanted so we could decrease some of these disparities between our magnet schools and our neighborhood schools. So communities chose this programming. There's a whole big, lots of professional development for teachers, et cetera, engagement around it, and then lots of support from the district in measuring what was working or what wasn't with the new implementation of these new programming. You saw this ridiculous growth. So just, again, exactly what Jasmine is saying, like who does it serve? But even for ourselves, let's remind ourselves that we even have our own blind spots.
Because we discussed it and we were trying to line up what had happened at that time.
What made that difference?
Because
that's a great question to ask.
Because I was asking when did Superintendent Mitchell come on, and because you were on school board, because that was something we talked about. You were on school board. I mean, clearly it's because of you.
Would you sign that data for us?
You were also on school board in 2016.
We're gonna do factor analysis later.
Right. But to that point, right? Like it was, how did we focus as again, we talk all the time, systems don't change with individuals, right? They change with networks and coalitions coming together. So you're asking the right questions. And we've talked before, there was kind of this combination of board members that were uber focused on equity. And so we were having these conversations. We charged the administration with looking at this data. What would you do? Pie in the sky, pretend there were no restrictions, no monetary, no state laws. What would you do in our neighborhood schools to make them more equitable? The first plan they came back with was so vanilla, like it was so like, this is not exciting. Right, and so, yes, is that my bias that I don't like vanilla? I was like, yes, we're gonna do something a little spicier than vanilla. And so, yes, and so then we said, like, our district administration, like if you just let yourself be unleashed, what would it be? They started traveling the country, touring schools that were kind of quote unquote defying the odds, we could say, resetting the bar for what our kids could do, and figuring out what could they bring back to our neighborhood schools, and then created this plan. So, I mean, again, it really was these, like, what's the big vision, and then set your administration out to do their work.
So quick poll.
I think, sorry, just.
I have a quick point for, like, that was the most boring data on the wall. Why was there no colors? Why was there no graphs? Why was there no celebration? Why was there no dot chart? You know what I mean? Everything around here too, it's like, it's how you present it. Because for me, like I said, I don't give a shit about numbers. I want to see a chart. I want to see a graph. I want to see a pie chart. So maybe it's the, you know, to me, that's the way that one was presented. I just looked at it and I was like, I'm not going to look at this one.
And you're so right, because again, who got to tell that story? It was
right.
only intern, that makes a
Celebrate that, right?
Committee.
Put pictures of fireworks on our
I mean, they tried to sell this story to the Enquirer, to, you know, WCP. Nobody took this story up. And so we have all of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
That everybody reports on, and so we need all these fancy graphs. Nobody would pick this story up. So it again goes to,
yeah. And I have a second point too, that I was reading a book about how the president became the president, and there is a thing about humans, or at least humans now, that if you believe something, that's what you're going to see. If you believe something and someone shows you a fact, that's not a fact to you because it goes against what you believe. So that's the other thing that we're picking up, is like we pick up the things we already believe because facts don't matter if we look at the world right now. So you see what you want to see in them.
We'll go into a whole thing on that later. There's this idea, it's called the ladder difference, it's super wonky, but essentially what it says is we all select data that aligns with what we believe, and it's like it's a fight or flight response, fight, flight, or freeze, which are the three that we actually know evolutionarily are the things we do. So it's based on this idea that for millennia, right, humans have focused on survival, so we have to make these snap judgments. So even in the data that we look at, all of you could have looked at the exact same slides, picked very different points from those data, made very different meanings out of that, and you did it in like less than 2 seconds, less than a second. That's that. It's an inherent. And so part of what we're trying to do in systems change work is actually slow down that process and use data as at least a lens to look at to say where are our biases perpetuating the results that we see.
I was thinking too about, in a similar way, the way that people tend to, like, we talked about the negative, which in general dwell in extremes, where it's like, we paid attention to things A and F, like, and then things that are in the middle are kind of like, yeah, whatever, like, how do you quantify that, who cares? But it's like, I was really excited, and I'm a little biased because it's my neighborhood school, but I was so excited about Westwood Elementary's C rating, which was like C's average, and I was like, yeah, that's great, hell yeah, I'm so excited that Westwood made those strides, and it's like, I feel like people look at that and go, yeah, but they're still just okay, and I'm like, I don't know, it's like that need to have either all really good or all really bad, and that kind of incremental, slow, gradual stuff is not exciting or is not worth talking about.
So I just want to throw this out. You built on your point earlier. So Cincinnati Public Schools last year, for the first time in the history of the schools, had third grade reading rates at the state average. History of the public schools. So for the first time ever, CPS was on par with the average of all of how good. That includes the St. X's, right? That's the mean across the entire state. Does anyone talk about it? No. Do we ever hear about it? No. Right. So many years ago, we were kicking off some work looking at the early grade reading work here in Cincinnati, and Cheryl Broadnax, who works with us at Fair Together, but at the time was the assistant superintendent of third grade reading. We did a data walk like this. But we looked at, we did some geospatial mapping, so we were looking at neighborhood asthma rates as it relates to early childhood centers, as it relates to third grade reading rates, right? So recognizing that these systems compound. South Avondale School at that time was 100% free and reduced lunch, and it was 98% of kids reading on grade level. 100% free and reduced lunch, 98% of kids reading grade level. Cheryl took that chart literally back to their office, but it started a different conversation, because yeah, you can look at other places, go find models in other cities, and there's a lot of really good stuff happening here. And later this afternoon, we'll talk about what's a process you can look at to actually unpack that and say, what's different about this place? Why is this bright spot happening? If we got really wonky, we talk about variation and statistics, but what really matters is there's something good happening here. How can we do more of that? Because often we get focused on that deficit frame. We say, well, you know, there's a D, there's an F, there's a C, right? As opposed to saying, here's something really amazing happening in our community. How do we do more of that? So how many people think our systems are broken?
Yeah. Our America?
I'm good saying.
So it's a trick question, right? As many, whenever I see we have half hands, right? It's a loaded question. So yes, right? Our systems, I think, inherently are probably not producing the results that any of us care about. Some people, probably not in this room, are probably okay with what's.
They're working how they're supposed to be working.
So we would argue at Strive Together, and many in systems thinking would say, there's no such thing as a broken system. Every system is perfectly designed to get exactly the results that it produces. Right? So if you actually zoom out and you look at education data over about the last 50 years, you could essentially see a line that looks like this. Right? Because people and systems have a way of fighting back. Right? So even the great change efforts in public education, whether it's charter schools, whether all these different things that have happened, right? School funding formulas have changed. There's been a million different curriculum, right? Everyone's talking about competency-based education. That whole movement happened in like 1982, right? Now we're just doing it again. And then in a couple years when that gets hard, we'll move on to the next thing. So one of the important things in systems change from our perspective is to change the system, you have to see the system, right? And you have to see the system from multiple perspectives, going back to that idea of the standpoint theory. And so, I don't know if anybody's ever seen, there's one on the back wall and one up here, and you've got handouts on your table, this thing called the systems iceberg. It's like a really wonky way of describing what you all probably already know to be true. The idea here is that what often gets seen, right, so if you think about, you know, the bulk of the iceberg being underwater, what often gets seen are events, right? So this report card, for example, is an event. It's a point in time look at student level performance that's produced by a whole set of system conditions. I'll make this really personalized. This is not true. I'm lying to you right now. So let's imagine I'm sick today, right? That might be the event. So I show up here, I'm not feeling well. What's underneath of that is that I used to travel 40 weeks a year for work, right? When we were first starting to Strive Together. What's underneath of that is the structure of my system, right? Is because I'm traveling, I eat like crap, I don't get to work out, I'm not sleeping particularly well, right? So all of a sudden that structure is producing a pattern that I'm sick more often. The underlying mental model is, for me, as a red-blooded American male, you know, white guy whose dad was like a perfectionist, the most important thing in my life is being successful in my career. So I'll put up with all the rest of that crap that leads me to be sick today. The biggest leverage for change is actually if I change my belief system, right? If I actually change the underpinning, like maybe self-care is important. Maybe I don't need to travel as much. Maybe, you know, the illusion of success in a career is not the most important thing in my life. How does that idea play out in our education systems? I heard it say next.
In terms of current cultural beliefs, in Western ideals, it's really individualistic as opposed to collective. And so the success of other students is in no way tied to your own student. I mean, that itself is wrong because everything, you know, these things are tied together in ways that we don't initially see on the surface. But yeah, in terms of the really rich public education that you see in Eastern countries, at the core, at the mental model level, is because there's a deep belief in the connectedness of everyone's kids, not just your own kid. But
and it's really based on meritocracy, right? So you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and so that's what we have, everything we have in every system, healthcare system, criminal justice system, education, all of it. And so what you're speaking to today is, I went to a conference which is Race Equity, hosted by Cincinnati Foundation, And I would highly recommend it for everyone in this room. I went to the groundwater, and it was powerful. And it's exactly what you're talking about. It's the system and seeing the system. Because when you ask the question, do systems work? Well, yeah, they're working for white people. They're not working for, they're even working for poor white people. They're not working for brown and black people. They have data, they collected data from the CDC, from banks. They had a slide, and I have took photographs of a lot of slides. I'll put it on our share thing. They have slides where there's still current banks that are redlining. And today, 2019. So I was hoping I'd get here in time for this conversation because it's like we blame, why isn't diabetes being cured? Why is that? Why do black people have more diabetes? Well, some people say they don't exercise enough, they don't eat right, they like a lot of soul food, they like sweets, like this. So it's always blaming the individual and not taking a look at, okay, there's a lot of white people that have it too. So what's going on in the healthcare system that is preventing this from being taken care of? They showed a slide, just one more thing, they showed a slide about Serena Williams and how she, when she went to go have her baby, she knew it was wrong, she had a blood clot, and she told the people, the nurses, I've got a blood clot, I need this, 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 and this. She knew what she needed, right? And they said, no, we're gonna do this, this, and this, and this. And she got irate, obviously, and said, I need this. Well, the doctor came in, they figured it out, and she basically came in within minutes of not dying and having a baby. And she's Serena Williams. She's got money.
Power.
Right. I had a friend, before I even went to this thing, Mona, who works at the Homeless Coalition, which maybe some of you know her, and she had the same experience at another hospital in Cincinnati. Went in, was having a heart attack, was able to drive herself there at least, got there, told the people what things she needed, and they just thought that she was an uppity you-know-what, and did not give her the care that she needed right away. She waited an hour before she got the right thing for a heart attack. She got it, the doctor was irate, chewed out the nurses and whatnot, and it's like, okay, they just ignored her as well. So, I'm with you on the system.
So, what Colin said about seeing the system, to your point, there is data that shows across socioeconomic level that health outcomes for black women are bad. So whether you're Beyonce or Serena Williams, or whether you are a black woman A in Cincinnati who is on, health, Medicaid. And I think it's important for us to understand that those things are true, and these data points are telling us a story too. But oftentimes we're looking at it as, how do we fix the healthcare system? How do we fix education? And not understanding that this is a system. While we have systems that are working, we have an education system, we have a criminal justice system, but what is the big picture? And again, who does it serve to give us these data points? When we talk about the healthcare, I'm in a lot of things that are talking about how can we make healthcare in Cincinnati better? We know that across socioeconomic levels, these are the outcomes, right? We're still talking about how do we get people to access. Is that the conversation we should be having?
No.
Getting people access to care?
No.
Is that the conversation that we should be having when we know that people who have millions and millions and, with her husband, billions of dollars are still not being listened to by practitioners? Who does it serve to keep saying we just need to help get people to healthcare? Who does it serve?
So, can you repeat your initial question and then I'll finish my comment because I kind of got a little lost. You asked the question. Oh my God, he's looking like.
That's a great question.
You were talking about the systems iceberg. What's at the top?
He was saying, how does
the iceberg show up?
Oh yeah, in the education
in
system.
this education system?
How is
The system's iceberg.
Okay. So one of the comments that I wrote down that you said, we have to change the belief. So if there was a common belief that all children can learn and be successful, no matter what, and that were the baseline, then, we got something to work with. However, it's not beneficial to people empowered to believe that. So that's why we have the situations, and that's prevalent in every society. it's not okay for all of us it's not okay to believe that everybody should have, you know, be able to live wherever they wanna live. Cause that's not beneficial for people who have power. And that was kind of the story I was hearing with the pre-work. It was working me over, cause I had all kinds of, I've been on this planet a minute, and so I had all kinds of flashbacks of how that plays out. But inherent in all this, if there were a common belief that all children can learn, and so people who don't believe that all children can learn, that opens up an opportunity for them to, I'm gonna say it, make money on keeping that narrative going, so they'll have a job. There's always a job for folks, and if you look at folks who are going, you know, they're gonna start here's another nonprofit that's doing the same thing this nonprofit is doing. Everybody trying to fix the poor little black kids who can't learn. And so I think that really, to me, is the core of what's broken in education, housing, you name it. It's this feeling that somebody's got to be superior. We live in a capitalistic country, so somebody got to be
winners.
on top. There's a winner, and then there's the rest of y'all. And so, you know, to me that's it.
So is the mental model then, I mean, underneath of education and a lot of things, some people are more deserving than others. Like, I think that's, yeah.
The myth of America.
Yeah.
It's a meritocracy, right?
Yeah.
I also move it as gerrymandering, because then that creates the system we still don't have property taxes settled in the state, right? So gerrymandering affects schools, because it,
Jessica.
and representation.
I think to go like sort of micro, like the iceberg covers a lot of my why of like what is happening to the student outside of the school. And like an example that would happen to me is like when you're a poor kid and you go back to school shopping and your mom says you buy off the clearance rack, what's on the clearance rack? It's summer clothes. So now you're prepared for your school year with summer clothes that you're not gonna need. So you don't have the right kind of clothes. You grow out of your coat before coats go on clearance, then you're cold. You didn't get a proper dinner the night before because you were feeding your siblings. You didn't get help with your homework because you were helping your siblings with homework. Maybe you got to walk to school, so you already burned all the calories that you maybe had for breakfast before you even get to use your brain. Like, I feel like it's all of those pieces and parts that these kids are experiencing before they even walk into the classroom that help or hinder how they're able to learn, if it even matters to them, if they're learning, because they're already thinking about how are they going to get dinner or who do they have to take care of when they get home. So this is a lot of my passion.
Just to build on what you were saying, I think it's not only just can all students, but like should all students. Do we as a society want to make it a priority that this is just an expectation that they can, and we should give them the resources so that they're able to do that.
So I don't know if anyone noticed, but the Ukraine was in the news this week. So a couple years ago, I'm trying to think, this is probably like 2014 or 2015, but when we were starting some of the preschool promise stuff, you know, they do those chamber trips, so the chamber exchange. So there was a group from the Ukraine that came to Cincinnati, and a couple of us went over and we were meeting with them, and we were talking about preschool promise, and we were like, here's this idea, you know, we're going to organize thousands of house parties, and we're going to get people really engaged, and we're going to have this universal pre-K, and everyone in the room was like feeling all this inside pride about. And the Ukrainian leaders who were lovely and were like, oh, that's great, like we call that government. And it was this really deflating moment where we were working so damn hard to figure out how we're going to go out in the community and convince people that we should be doing expanded early childhood education. In the frickin' Ukraine, it's like, oh yeah, we've been doing that for like, that's just what we do. But it was it was like, it had never even occurred to us, right? Because of the way our values and our society and the Ukraine, that's just what you do.
People don't realize how poor the people are in the Ukraine. I mean, this is like the same level as El Salvador. I mean, and it's a matter of priorities, really, what it gets down to.
I think it's also, you know, thinking about the things that are in the news, I think it's also of note to when we really start thinking about how race and class are a part scores that we see and we're like, oh, you know what, so why are people not getting in college? Why are little black kids not getting in college? And we have white people who are paying for their kids to pass tests, paying for their kids to get into college, you know, photoshopping things. So when we talk about academic achievement and who can achieve and who is needing those extra supports and what does it mean that a rising tide lifts all boats, I think those are questions that we have to ask too, because if I'm able to and I'm not really being punished for paying for my white child to get into this prestigious school, but we're saying that these children can't, and it's like, what narrative are we perpetuating and why? And who again is it serving to make sure that these colleges have these demographics, right? We talk about affirmative action, and we talk about how Harvard has 3% people of color, and people are upset about the affirmative action at Harvard. 3%, right? So what are the narratives that are benefiting, and how is that working into the system that is working, right? It's not broken. How is it working?
So, you know, a lot of the schools, they talk about having a diverse student body, but in reality, like their budgets are really, really tight. And so based on all the stuff they bought, based on all of the systems that they have, and so they know, hey, who's gonna pay, who am I getting to get more money for with the kids? So I think it's the people doing the recruiting, they're part of a larger system here, and they're responding to their level of incentives that the school gives them. So sometimes there's a disconnect between what the school talks and what's actually happening. Now Harvard really doesn't have an excuse because they have an endowment that's just ridiculous, and they don't really deter, like the student tuition isn't really a driver for Harvard, but most of the other schools aren't in that scenario, and they've created a system, and like we've created a system as a society, and there's this big disconnect between what gets shown and what's going on in the system.
You also have the research that goes up based on names, and when they send in resumes and applications for universities, and if it's a white sounding name, then they will more likely take that person. When the resumes are the same, the scores are the same, everything's the same, there's research that shows that the white applicant will get in every time over the black applicant. Yeah.
This is a little off topic, but I'm just thinking, earlier you said something about like-minded people will pick out the data points that keep their like-mindedness in place, and I think we also not only pick data that way, but I think we pick friendships that way, and who we surround ourselves with, so we feel smart about the way we think, right? And I know this group, we talk about like coming from all walks of life, and we even used it in our website dialogue and etc. But I wonder sometimes when we sit in this room, are we all like-minded too? Like even though we come from different walks of life, that we're all talking to each other and we're all like, yes, you are brilliant, and you are very smart, and wow, aren't you creative? And I wonder if there's some way to get the other side in the room sometime, because I'd like to hear how they come to the table in conversations like this.
So that's interesting too, just to respond, because I think Jasmine is nodding her head, because we had a very diverse group in our first class too, and I think we say we're nonpartisan, right? You all read the website, but you have to agree with these values, right? And so we asked you directly about a lot of those values in your application and your interview, and so that is things around equity, valuing diversity, valuing those things, and so a lot of today's conversation is about those things, so I would assume we have at least similar, definitely not the same, ideas and ideals there. How we play those out and what that means for what we believe about politics or policy can be very different. And even if you just look at our first class, we have 2 people running right now, they're about at the opposite ends of the spectrum as you can be.
Even visually.
Yes, exactly, visually. And so I think you will hopefully see that throughout this, we all value a lot of the same things. This belief in every child, you know, why we talk about power, privilege, race, all of those things, because we get that they impact systems. But then all of the different ways you're gonna play that out, I think there's gonna be some opportunities for some really interesting discussions. And that's also, I know I introduced at the very end of our last session, sorry, I'm sitting down, I'm realizing half the cut, can't see. At the end of our last session, we talked about how coming up in that intro to ed session that we're gonna have, we have lots of different ideas that are gonna be in one room together. And just to be clear, at School Board School, we don't take a stance on which one of those is right or wrong. We are bringing these divergent ideas in, and we're asking you to read lots of different things and learn from lots of different people, because quite frankly, nobody knows the answer right now, right? If they did, we'd be doing this perfectly. So we want you to hear from people who are in the traditional teaching, bringing people in traditionally from Teach for America. We want you to hear from CPS, the public school district, but we're bringing in Brian Neal because he works with charters and parochials. Like, we want you to hear all of that, and then each of you decide for yourself where you believe that you fall in that. And so I think that once we get through kind of this laying the groundwork stuff and into those bigger issues, I think that's when you're going to kind of start to see how you're taking what you're learning and really applying it.
I think also, because I think we talk a lot about echo chambers as opposed to what you described, and like, you know, in society now, like you're only around people who think like you, but I think also thinking of it as a safe space, because a lot of the conversations that are happening are about people's humanity, whether people should be able to live their lives, whether people are worthy of basic things. And so yes, it's necessary to be able to go and talk to people who don't agree, but sometimes, and what I view School Board School as, and my friendships, and my, you know, the people that I talk to and am very transparent with, is preparing myself and building myself up to be able to go out and listen to that. Because when you have people who are saying that little black children can't read because their mothers wear bonnets to their classrooms, like, you know, that's something that will elicit a very visceral response from Jasmine that I can't maybe say because I work for a council member, right? So I need to be able to get on the phone and be like, can you believe that this person said this crazy foolishness, but be able to be like, oh, that's so, thank you for your perspective. Wow, thank you that, you know, I hadn't thought of it that way, but thank you so much that you were able to bring that to me, because we're not arguing like in years past that I've seen where it's like, oh, we want the same goal, like I believe everybody's human, but we just want to figure out how we get to this. We're not arguing like, should people be able to exist?
Who's human?
And that's really tough, especially for those most marginalized. It's like, I'm having to every day really like prove that I'm human, or prove that I'm worthy to be here. So I think that this talk about echo chamber is necessary because you don't only want to hear your perspective, but a lot of people who live in marginalized identities need that, because that's the safety they have in this space. So that's just another perspective about that.
You know, and we talk a lot about different countries when we compare to the United States, but our country has a huge history, right, of slavery and owning people. So that whole piece speaks into the narrative of all of our systems that we've created. And I think until we really start looking at the racial inequity that exists in all of our systems, we're not going to get to the true place where we can get rid of racism. I'm so hopeful, right, that we can get rid of it.
Yes.
I hope we all are.
I heard.
I was just gonna say, it's funny that you said that, because I was thinking about it before you started speaking. The other day, I was in an interview, and one of the interview questions was, do you think there are people who should not be allowed to have children?
Oh,
we.
What were you interviewing for?
That's none of your business. I'm just sharing that this is a question that was out there, and I know it's real. That's so crazy. It's not just you talking. I just want to validate my experience.
That's why.
And I think, you know, we all, in Public Allies, I gotta shout out Public Allies. One of the things we talk about is we all have levels of privilege, right? And so living in this body as a black woman, like, it's very, yes, you know, there are places where I'm marginalized, but there are also spaces that I have privilege. And so I have to also recognize that the privilege that I may have to be able to, you know, have those conversations, everybody doesn't. And so let's when we think about things, also recognize, like, am I thinking about this from my place of privilege? Am I looking at this from a place in understanding that, you know, if I didn't have this level of privilege in this space, whether it's race, whether it's gender, whether it's sexual orientation, whether it's, you know, whatever it is, I mean, citizenship status, like, we all have them. Am I able to see how this might affect someone who doesn't have that. And how do I need to be sensitive to what that need is? Because it's real easy, again, like with the data, it's real easy to be like, oh, you know, woe is me, I'm this black woman, and the society's against me. But like, Jasmine works for PG Sittenfeld, so I have some, you know, like there are places where I have privilege that other people don't. So like that's something to constantly check ourselves, especially when we're talking about systems change.
With regard to the echo chamber, I think I totally agree with what you're saying. I recognize that some people, it's easier to stay within their echo chamber, and some people, if you're in the minority, you have to interact with other people, and so like you can't just stay in an echo chamber. Like, you know, depending on which groups, there is a difference in that ability to like.
I just want to, I'm going to throw out a provocative thought, and then I want to just get you into a small group reflection to connect this back to the pre-work. So we at Share Together use this approach called results count, which comes out of the Casey Foundation. But if you think about the idea of mental models, one of the personas I sometimes play is like, I try to put on the hat of like, if I were just a mercenary and somebody was hiring me to go into a community and improve third grade reading, and I kind of let go all of my belief systems for a moment. Like, could I work with somebody that didn't share my belief? So for example, like I strongly believe in structural racism. I believe, you know, in the 400th anniversary of slavery coming to America, that we're at a particular point in time in this conversation. My dad is like, forget it. I will never have a conversation with you about structural racism, right? My dad is a diehard conservative, small business guy, one of the most loving men you'll ever meet. But my dad believes in fairness. If I come into a conversation with my dad and I lead with, these systems are set up to disproportionately benefit white people, that violates my father's own story about his dad being a plumber, about the bootstrap story that he told himself about my grandfather, even though my grandfather benefited from the GI Bill, right, and the disproportionate benefits that provided to white men in this country because of military service. So that violates his narrative before I even made my point. But if I talk to my dad about fairness, right, and if I get him into a conversation about improving third grade reading rates for every child and how unfair is it that these kids have to deal with these systems, all of a sudden my dad can join me in a conversation. There's a guy I worked with from Save the Children in Eastern Kentucky. He is, not to get too much in my own beliefs, right, but like, he does not believe in evolution. Like we have very different perspectives on religion, faith, and all of that. He is like the biggest advocate for expansion of home visitation in Eastern Kentucky you've ever seen. So even though we disagree on a whole bunch of things, there are results that we can agree to work on together. And so one of the things to think about to that echo chamber idea is, can you work with somebody if you share a result, if you don't share the same belief system? And I think that's one of the things that we have struggled with in America these days. We get so caught up sometimes. And I agree, and I wish everyone believed the way I did. And if I want to get every child grade on grade level, I'm probably going to have to work with people that don't believe in the same way to get there or the same belief system. So I just leave you with that thought. And I want to ask you to think about, you had a chance to listen to the Revisionist History podcast, the Brown v. Board of Education, right? This is great pre-lunch, Father. So I want you to think about the systems icebergs, right? What were the mental models? As we now sort of look back at that decision, what were the mental models that were prevalent? How does that now influence the structure of our systems? And then how does that show up, if you think about these data as sort of patterns, how does it connect to what you see now? So think about revisionist history, Brown v. Board of Education, at your tables, take, we'll say, 7 minutes or so. How does it, what did you see in terms of mental models? How does that impact our structures and the patterns of data that you see in the stream?
And then go right into lunch, maybe? Yeah. And better for me now to know how those.
All right, let's start to bring it back.
You don't know how much you don't spend time with other people. But for me to say these dumb things to him, and he's just like, no.
Bringing it back to the front. There are tacos. Arthur was like, right?
Yeah, Stop talking to me. Stop talking.
It's almost lunchtime.
Lunch?
All right, so I'll just talk really loud and see how we get people back. So I wanted to, before you all go to lunch, I wanted to check in just to pull out some insights from the table. So could you give us a sense of your discussion? Where did you see the systems iceberg showing up in the Brown v. Board of Education recap?
Yeah. Mercy.
Okay, so I'll try to give the quick version. So I was sharing at the table. That whole thing hit my house. My mother was a teacher in the 50s and 60s, and she had taught 4 years in South Carolina and 4 years in Chicago public schools, high school math. She had to recertify, and she didn't pass, and it devastated her. I mean, really, it ended her career and almost ended her life. She was so, and I never understood, because I was young, I didn't know what was going on. But she would say, she took the test, she went, and we kept trying. I passed the written, but I couldn't pass the oral. Well, the oral was the interview. And so if you recall on that whole thing, we're talking about how a lot of black teachers were exited out of the system when they started to integrate. Because, you know, no mom, these folks, and mom, and when I heard, I'm sitting there listening to this podcast, like, oh my God, that's what happened in my house to my own mother. So,
Drop the mic, right?
All right. How do you follow that?
This is my young college student coming from, but I think it's capitalism is so ingrained in our minds, and like every decision we make and what we share values, but which values are at our forefront, I think is largely based on where the money is, how you can make money, winners and losers, all that stuff. And so what we were talking about was in the Brown v. Board of Education case, there's 2 schools, and the metrics for success for those 2 schools. The white school was chosen as the successful one because they had money and resources, and you put up the blinders for the success metrics in the black school. And I think part of that's just because, I mean, it's so ingrained in our minds in ways that we don't even realize that those are kind of decisions that we make. And yeah, like of course that school is better, and it's really hard to think of why, because that like capitalism is our reality. There's nothing beyond that. So yeah, I think that was my mental model.
I won't force you. So you got to watch a video on targeted universalism. So we're about to do a targeted strategy. So if you are a vegetarian, you're gonna have first dibs on lunch. And so a couple things on lunch. We'll say 30 minutes, 32 minutes or so. So back at 12:45. But so you can eat in here. There also, if you have a interest in fresh air, we have a little roof deck on the back of the building. So I'll open up you got to go down to the 2nd floor. But if you want to eat outside, I'll open up that space. If you need anything, let us know. Any other?
Yeah, I know that some of your classmates have brought desserts. So have dessert. There's also there's bagels from this morning that Renee brought as well. But vegetarians can go through first, so we make sure that they get enough to eat. All right, thanks all.
When I say mental models, what does that mean to you? Hold some cheers on this.
A high count time model, mentally picturing.
Exactly. These are like the stories that we tell ourselves about why something is the way it is. Right? That's what I meant. So when I talk to my dad about schools, right, he's constructed a way of thinking about why that particular thing is the way it is. Those are mental models. So you're gonna have a chance to dig deeper into these over the course of the afternoon, but we wanted to share a video that might bring this to life.
Whoops.
By a new dress code she created not for students, but actually for their parents, Carlotta Outley Brown is the principal of James Madison High School in Houston, Texas, and earlier this month she issued new rules for parents after one mother allegedly showed up at the school wearing a head wrap and t-shirt dress. Omar Villafranca is outside the school. Omar, good morning.
Good morning, and just to be clear, the parental dress code only applies for this school. It's not district-wide, and the policy says that attire that is, quote, totally unacceptable for a school setting will get parents kicked off campus. Now, some people like the new rules, other people say it just really dresses down parents. The roughly 1,600 students at James Madison High School already follow a dress code. No hoodies, no flip-flops, and no low-hanging pants. Teachers and staff also must look neat and clean and dress appropriately. Now, similar expectations have been set for parents like Kamiko Miller.
This is a failing school. You have other things to worry about than my attire.
This month, Principal Carlotta Outley Brown issued a letter telling parents they would be blocked from campus if they wore satin caps or bonnets, shower caps, hair rollers, pajamas, torn jeans showing lots of skin, and uncovered leggings. Also forbidden, low-cut tops, sagging pants, undershirts, short shorts, and dresses that reveal the derriere. You are your child's first teacher, Outley Brown wrote. We must have high standards.
I did feel a little almost insulted, but if you're just coming to that school or you get a call and you're working out and you run to the school, I really don't feel that we should, punish parents for trying to be involved in doing the right thing. At least that parent is at the school.
The letter was sent after this woman told a local TV station the high school turned her away because of her outfit.
She said that my headscarf was out of dress code and my dress was too short.
Principal Outley Brown has been repeatedly honored for her work as an educator.
You're an amazing woman.
In 2015, Ellen DeGeneres presented her with a $100,000 check, in part for a homeless outreach program Outley Brown established at her previous school.
Ellen, my children, can you hear me? Yes, I can. Are the most important thing to me. They're the most important thing. And if they need me, I am there.
Outley Brown implemented a parental dress code at that school too, which won a National Blue Ribbon Award from the U.S. Education Department in 2008. Some people have even compared this to, she's coming in like Morgan Freeman and Lean on Me.
Do whatever you have to transform and transmogrify this school.
I believe that she cares or she wouldn't be at that school. Let's hear the plan for taking care of the academic standards. Then perhaps let's say, you know what, moms and dads, can we maybe up the ante a little bit? I really don't know a parent that would have a problem with that if it's going to help.
Brown and the district would not talk to us on camera, but it's worth noting that Brown is actually a 1979 graduate of Madison High School and said becoming principal was her lifelong dream. Anthony?
Omar, thank you. I don't know how I feel about that dress code. It's like,
I know.
it's pretty strong in some ways. I mean,
Look, for a lot of people, it's hard just getting everybody out the door.
Yeah, no, I know.
Let alone getting dressed yourself,
yeah, I mean,
especially if you have lots of
I
kids.
like what the woman said at the end. It's like, we just ask parents to, up the ante a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, everybody? It's Ray J. I started with
Hi, Ray J. Good to see you.
We're now getting glimpses into Lisa's algorithm.
I know. Unfortunately, I shouldn't even probably admit this, but YouTube is only used by my children. So what are they watching? This is coming up. They need some work. Yes.
Our conversation about mental models, thoughts about this.
This was a thought I had just the other day driving down the street. Was a woman was in a bonnet, which I didn't have the word for at that point, and I just thought, that must be the equivalent of me putting my hair in a ponytail, right? Like if I don't want to do my hair for the day, I don't have the time, I put my hair in a ponytail, and nobody says anything to me about me having my hair in a ponytail or a messy bun. Mm-hmm. But I don't know what it takes to do y'all's hair. I don't know the effort that goes into it, but I think it requires a little bit more than put your hair in a ponytail. So to me, that just seems, if you're going to say no bonnets, no scarves, you also need to say no ponytails, no hair clips. It needs to be down and done. It seems obviously discriminatory.
And also, it's hitting on females, in the female form, that is definitely what it is.
Yes.
A male's viewpoint of what, not just ethnicity, but also of female's body and shaming, like the leggings and the dress and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's female to female.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right. We're our own worst enemies.
So for me, there's a negative and a positive. So the negative, I didn't like the communication, the way it was projected. The positive, you want to set standards. For me as a mother, I set standards for my daughter. You don't go out this way. And I'll definitely just kind of hit on the bonnets, because that is a topic that I have with my girls that I mentor. Because they want to sometimes not do their hair, they'll put a bonnet on and they'll conduct their daily things that they want to do. But I tell them, in order to be accepted, to be understood, to be taken seriously, you want to groom yourself properly. But it's a way in how you communicate and articulate those needs for your children, even for your parents. Background at the hospital, I would have patients come in and they would have their bonnets on, their flip-flops, and their pajamas. But I would tell my physician, don't change how you take care of them because of what they have on. But we have to learn how to communicate certain expectations. That's all.
I was gonna say, well, I think I agree. The communication of the standard is problematic, and I don't even think she contextualized why that needs to be a standard. I think that if that is a concern, one, I didn't even see it being isolating women. Like when I read bonnet, legging, don't show your butt, I heard black women. So that sounds like there's a black mother dress code at that school, which is very problematic for me. But I think building enough trust and developing relationships, bringing parents in and having that conversation of this is how this standard fits into the standards of this school, and this is why it's important, if at all. I think that would be a better way to approach it, not just to ostracize black mothers in that school community.
I'm loving your comments, but also I want you to tell me what the mental models are that we're hearing. Like, what is that mental model that you feel is coming out of this as well? With your comments, yes, Sean, sorry.
Yeah, so I think going with the mental model was like, how did you arrive at this? Like, what was the process? And do you have a parent-teacher association, LSDMC, whatever, like, and is there parents you could get to have a conversation and run this by? Like, and so maybe just thinking about, like, how does policy like this get even put into place or, like, communicate?
Yes.
Do you feel like maybe she didn't feel like she needed to do any of that because she herself is a black woman, so she felt like she could speak to this, because I think this would have obviously been perceived differently if I were the principal and I had released this, or if a white male was principal and he had released this. Did she feel empowered to release this policy or this process because she is a black woman, so she felt like, hey, I can just send this out and this is just gonna be how it is?
And putting that into the mental model thing, because my comment was very similar to this, is just that this is how she wants maybe black and brown women perceived. Like, this is her idea of how to make them present better to the world or to the students. And so it's her vision of how it should be.
John,
Well, when I think about mental model, I think of why did the news choose to pick this particular story? They pick this story because they think, oh, this is important for this segment. So like, I went to an integrated school, and it was not too far from the news. And anytime there was a school shooting, not just a school shooting, any incident at a school, any incidents with students, anything that was bad, anywhere in the city, they would come to our school and shoot in front of our building. And they never shot in front of our building if it was good things, but they wanted to see students in the background kind of blurred out. And people always thought I went to some super violent school because that was the perception, that was the mental model, and they continue to feed into it. And it becomes self-reinforcing as they go.
I think honestly, initially, I didn't have a problem with. I'm like, that behavior. Because we're models for our, but as I'm hearing each, I think that there was a way she could have said it. I think that it was targeted towards black women. White women I've never seen wear a bonnet or flip-flops with the fur on them. So I think it was targeted towards African American women. But I also think it was the way to say, if we want to have our children at a certain standard, or if we feel that, I have a daughter. No way I would have my daughter wearing Daisy Dukes, because you're not gonna see mommy in Daisy Dukes, but I have to be a model for you.
I'm glad you said that, because when I saw that, I thought, if my wife went up to the school looking like that, I'd be very upset. And there was some other things that I thought about in that video too. She's focused on appearance, but they talked about the school failing. And then on another hand, they mentioned blue ribbon. How can you have a failing school and have a blue ribbon?
The previous school.
Previous school. Well, I was trying to correlate that with Cincinnati Public School. When I went to the superintendent's address, they talked about Cincinnati Public School being, I guess, the best rated urban school
in the state.
In the state of Ohio. But we got an F on the report card or a D. I mean, it's just, I was struggling with those two things.
And I think everyone brings up good points. One of the things, we're talking about data, what questions you should ask. Never heard about yoga pants. Never heard about point pants. I didn't even know what point pants were until they're literally yoga pants that are made in the style of business pants.
Yeah.
So you can have those and
be comfortable.
switch back and forth, right? Never heard about those things mentioned. Also, what wasn't mentioned was what are their numbers on parent engagement?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
How many parents are coming to the school, bonded or not? How many parents are coming into the schools? I know right now, I have principals and superintendent talking about we want all the parents in. So if we want the parents to come, right, what are the things that's gonna make someone show up and feel welcome and feel like I wanna engage here? Is it what we saw? So I think that those are the questions that we have to ask. When we talk about mental models and we're saying the school is failing, like the person who they interviewed that was kind of like the counterpoint was saying, we have a failing school. I wish they had talked about, we have a lot of parents who are engaging in this school and it's really helpful to us. And so to do this and to create a barrier might not be in our best interest. But we have failing schools, and a lot of people here, they hear it's an urban school and they're like, well, yeah, let's step your game up. I hear that, right? I had a conversation with my mind, why you have the bonnet on? I get it. But the other part is, if I don't wear a bonnet outside, that's Jasmine, right? I can't tell Alyssa's mother what she should wear. I can't tell such and such what they should wear. But if you're here and we want you here, how do we make our spaces welcoming? And so always really checking what those mental models are, always asking ourselves, even if it's something that we agree with, are we having a critical eye about what this means beyond this thing, right? I'm judging it by my standard, by the mental model that I was raised. I would never wear X, Y, and Z. Yeah, there's some stuff that I have worn my mom did not tell me to wear. For sure, right? But how are we making sure that we're not using our standards to judge everyone else as well?
I was gonna say, so then isn't there a kind of insidious mental model that, the principal seems to be operating on, which is that appearance correlates to success and whether or not you're taking it seriously? Because that's bad. That's a bad mental model to have, and that can definitely affect, the way, you're, using that mental model seems to directly affect your ability to move in the world and things like that, so.
It's dependent on income.
Yeah.
I think, so one of the mental models, thank you for bringing that out, Jazz, that I didn't comment on before, is internalized racism. And I think it can be very vicious within subgroups, specifically within the Black community, that you take ways that you have been discriminated against, the biases that have been hurled toward you, you take them and then apply them to other people within the race. And I don't even hate saying races. But yeah, I think for her, you talked about privilege and being aware of how we can misabuse or abuse our own privilege. And it sounds like just an abuse of her privilege as the principal and a diversion. If the school is failing, is she placing blame on, I have Black parents who are Black moms who show up with bonnets. So there's a lot of parents who are apathetic, don't care, maybe uneducated. Why does that matter?
And what's the narrative that we would write if parents didn't come at all?
Oh, they don't.
They're not engaged.
Right. So how are we you know, checking ourselves and making sure, and as school board members, how are you going to be discerning in that way, right? When these things come up to you, when you have, you know, policies that are set before you that come, because Sean's right, like, this didn't just start and the principal was just like, it is so, like, that's not how things happen. What are the processes that it took for someone to have this idea, to present it before people, for it to get passed, but how are you as school board members or people who are in the community and people who are doing any kind of work, having that discerning eye and saying, and that critical thought process of, okay, wait, this is an event, but what is the pattern that's here? What is the structure of the system? What is the mental model? Like, how do we get to the bottom of this? So that we're not just saying, oh, she's a black woman and she said this, and so like that must be okay. I'm not a black woman, I can't speak on it. But like really, like wait a minute, like, let's dig this. Who do I need to talk to maybe get some more information about that? So that's one of the reasons that we brought that up, because I think that that's a really good way to look at how sometimes we create these things and we don't even recognize it.
And that's why I like school board school. I mean, now that I've heard all of this, you know, I just.
One thing I wanted to add, the news, the media kind of has this as a control mechanism to push out an idea. Key word there was one school is doing this. Key word to get people to say, hey, well, maybe I should do it too. You know, to kind of control this, you know, this narrative that, you know, we have to show, you know, appear in a way that makes the school look good, or to, you know, it drives metrics if you think about it. So, something to think about.
So in front of you, there are articles.
So at every table, there's 2 articles that were passed out. They're right here in the middle.
So we were thinking about this, and so when all of you eventually get on the school board,
Thank you.
one of the things that is likely to happen is you're going to get lots of people to come present you with information. Probably, I'm sure this never happened to Lisa, but maybe make requests on the school board.
Oh, yes.
Maybe bring perspectives that might differ from your own. And so one of the things we wanted to give you a chance to think about is how do you really spot mental models? How do you, you just brought up, Alex, the idea, right? The media often picks and chooses, right? And so these articles are an opportunity for you to do a little bit of independent reading and then to have a conversation with your tables. What are the mental models that are revealed through what is published and what is actually shared? And how might this impact how you hold your role in advancing equitable honor?
So should we give folks a couple minutes to read and then prompting questions for folks?
Why don't you take, we'll kind of gauge by when people start to turn to their partners. So we'll say maybe 3 to 5 minutes to dig into the articles and be looking for what are the mental models that are revealed.
Awesome.
People who are civility, who he's saying, in his opinion, values civility. And I think it's, I got the impression, I don't know if this is fits on the definition of mental model, but anybody who didn't say anything controversial or negative made his list. And to say that other people don't value, I mean, he said here are 10, so I guess he's saying these other folks don't because, and some obviously don't, you know, because of some of the stuff they say and do. But it's just, to me, it's just one person.
There was an article in the Washington Post just this last week on like why it's good to not always be civil. And it was essentially saying like if you're kind of righting an injustice, then like if you're totally civil, maybe something never ever happens. Like you're like it's so these are the people who kind of support more the mainstream, kind of they're vested in the current system. So
Yeah.
So you know.
Well, then I'm surprised Catherine.
I know, I was too. She likes to rock the boat.
She loves to rock the boat.
Yeah, but maybe it's just her Twitter feed is not, just paying attention to the social media.
It always
You know?
like.
Yeah, I certainly don't know how he's.
Well, that's the only place we get anyway, right, is for people to feel
But then it
uncomfortable.
also made me go like.
Right, when you're talking about any issue
That's controversial.
controversial. You have to get uncomfortable for a minute before you kind of start to examine your own beliefs about, you know, whatever the matter is.
So I do think there is a certain thing to be said about civility. Like, so if somebody is talking, having some order, actually listening to the other person and taking their beliefs. When I think of civility, it's that. But sometimes when people think of civility, it's the person agrees with me. And that I think is not a good version of civility. Like they can disagree.
Yeah, you're just not going to be nasty about it. You can have your opinion, and let's talk about what we might have in common, but let's also talk about the things that, you know, you differ from me in, but you can be civil about it and not do name calling and not.
So that was to me with the aggressive behavior.
It made me
Yeah.
like.
But it's to be assertive.
Yeah,
in
it should be.
your discussions.
And I think that's, I mean, I don't have any problem with it. When he makes this comment, Ingram is as unassuming a person, she's not a wallflower. I mean, she's very outspoken. Yeah, she's portraying her. Yeah, and so people who wouldn't know her would think that. It's like,
When I saw her, I was
she's one of my heroes because
she's a shero.
Yeah, she is. She is a shero.
So do you need to be unassuming to be civil? Like, I mean, it makes it seem like you have to be that.
Well, I mean, look at everybody else, right?
Yeah, it's true. That's
I mean, Kelly, Mann, Murray, my guy from District 2, Winstrup, Portman, Neil, who's not a regular Republican, he's a Republican, not a Democrat. I'm gonna say it on tape.
I think a lot of these people, we'll just take my own representative, Brad here. I guess from a comportment standpoint, he is friendly.
Yes, he
But,
is. I like him actually.
So if we're only talking from a personal standpoint, I think there is something to be said for civility. I think when it leaks into the definition of someone's policies, if they're upholding policies that I think are detrimental for people, then
To me, like I'm not from Cincinnati, but to me this is like Cincinnati polite.
Yes.
Right, everybody talks about that, right? So and I've grown to understand what it is, and that's what I think that's what he's named. It's Cincinnati polite. So it's exactly what you're saying. You know, it's like you're civil and you can talk to anybody. Because Kathy is there. She will talk to anybody.
Oh yes, she is.
She will do that.
And he had to have a black man.
And I was just going to say that too. I was look at everybody else. Yeah. So the mental model.
Moments where someone slips or where it's like, again, just different context, another. That was really hard. And I don't really have, I never really figured out a good way to approach it,
So I think
civil or toast or vanilla.
Well, you know, and I know there's a session that we're supposed to have about being in the public eye when you're on the school board and how it impacts your life. And clearly, when you're doing into public service, you know, your Facebook and your tweets and all of that stuff, everything is, you know, you have to just kind of have to step. You have to be mindful of what you put out there. Now, I'm friends with Tamaya Denard on Facebook, and her posts are, it's especially when it comes to her votes on the floor and things, she is very, very thoughtful. She'll say, you know, this came, I voted this way, and here's why I voted this way. And kind of like, I might have just, kind of like what Carolyn said too, you know, I agree with it in principle, but these 5 things happened and I couldn't in all consciousness. And then she gets pounced on a lot in social media. I mean, people are just really nasty towards her. And, you know, she's still human. Some of that stuff, you're like, get off my page, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I remember when she posted about Notre Dame burning down, and she posted, what about all the black churches?
Yeah,
Yeah, what about ladies?
Yeah, and they're like,
And I was like, I like that, right on it. And then she, all this stuff. It was like a picture. And I was like, she was making a valid point.
Right.
You know? And they're going to raise
You
millions of dollars.
have to agree with it.
Yeah.
To accept it as her.
So raise some money for the black churches.
Right,
You know, it's like, what about us people doing that?
Yeah, so people have their own, this is, to me, this is but he's using his privilege as a Cincinnati Enquirer reporter to put this out here.
Yeah, some people will treat this as just gospel. This is what I'm gonna believe now because he wrote it.
And it maintains the racial inequity in the system. Totally, because they have no black
And he had to look hard for that, didn't he?
This article, yeah. So this is our project. So
I think for me the thing was the mental models from a teacher perspective on what is cultural versus what is like an actual discipline issue. They vary, and so what might be acceptable within one group, another group is going to punish them for something that the kids thought was probably an acceptable range. And it also says that from a disciplinary standpoint, white and Hispanic students are more similar from what is conceived as. So I don't think it was necessarily surprising. I think we probably all read something very similar to this.
Yeah, I had that conversation with our classmates earlier about similar to this.
I've experienced
teachers' perceptions.
Definitely, I've experienced firsthand.
But just like,
Bus issues. I had two stranded parents. They were Colombian and Argentinian. In the office, they had bus because they were speaking Spanish and supposedly being disrespectful. So I was speaking Spanish to them. And I just wanted to clarify with them that they didn't say any bad words in Spanish because a lot of Americans use bad words, right? So they're like, no, we were talking about our music and our cars and stuff. They told us that we weren't say anything. I said, well, what did the do? And he said that we should shut up speaking English and when we speak in Spanish, we had to put our hoods over our heads. So he wouldn't do it. They wouldn't disturb him. They wouldn't disturb him.
The bus driver said that.
And then there was a helper on the bus. And the woman helper, these are both white people, the woman helper said, oh look, there's a police station coming up over here, maybe we can drop them off over there. So I got on the phone, called the parents, told them, this is a race equity issue, you need to call the director of transportation because the school can't do anything about it, it's a director of transportation issue. Then, so meanwhile that phone call is happening, this stuff is happening, then 2 days later, this is maybe a Thursday, it was a Sunday, I had a line of black kids lined up in my office. And this hasn't happened January, February, like end of February. So I'm like, I'm done with this. Why are the only black kids lined up for this infraction? So I called over on the tapes. I'm watching the tapes because I talked to a few of the kids, right? They're like, white kids were doing the same thing, but they're not getting good enough. I'm like, okay, send you back to me. I don't know that. I watched the bus station. out the window, saying hi to your friends, the bus driver stops and says hi. They wait there for 10 minutes, and the bus driver doesn't want to see you. So, it's like, hi, how you doing, da, da, da. And the way people do it is I'm sorry, but you need to make a mistake. These black kids are not going to be enough for this. Because if you take white kids are too. So you said you voted for white kids? There was some head spinning going on. Next day I come in to work Friday, and the principal was like, hey, I don't know what you did. We've got different bus drivers, different routes, different choice. I'm like, well, good, because enough is enough.
So why did you have to call their parents and have their parents call in? Why couldn't you advocate for the
Because parents are the ones that make the you got to be calling and complaining about it. Now, granted, okay, the next part to that is I was an interim principal. So I really wasn't as well established at that school. If I was,
It would have been a whole different
that would have been a
story.
whole different story. I would have called, and I would have the parent call too. Because I want the parent to complain to that. Because then what's going to happen is they're going to call the superintendent. So I want all of administration to be aware of what the problem is. So that's part of
Because that's the only way it would change. The more people, get those parents involved.
I've seen issues that parents are just ignoring. And honestly, it seems like people say parents,
but the mental model here for me is, I mean, they are seeing black kids because there's a model there outside we have is that when you see black people coming down the street, you move. You see this, so black people they're always misbehaving in some way. They're the ones that are always in jail. You know what I mean? So there's this mental model of that. As a matter of fact, in the racial equity workshop I went to, they talk about the studies.
I'm sure the discussions were rich. I love that. So let's talk about some of the mental models that are in place with the Jason Williams article.
Did you spot it?
Yeah, did you spot it? That's the question. Did you spot it? All right.
So let me first
Welcome
state.
to Cincinnati.
Yeah. Let me just state I'm a DC guy, okay? So when I see stuff like this, right, if you don't know anything about politics, right, you're gonna take this and then you're gonna tell all kinds of people about what you just read here, right? I can tell you I'm a Twitter guy. And I follow a lot of politicians, okay? And you know, this is very, very biased in how he presents what they've said and what they believe in. Okay? So no shame to Jason Williams, okay? Probably a good editor, writer, but
Don't make any assumptions here.
okay. But this is a control mechanism, okay, to change your thought process and what you and if you never read anything political, you're gonna take this and you're gonna tell other people about it. This is a control mechanism. So that's what
Also, I thought it was important to give context because the article starts out talking about a divisive tweet.
Yep.
So I want to read the tweet so that we know what was said, right? Like Councilmember Denard. The tweet says, "I am saddened that the beautiful cathedral in France was damaged." And she's speaking of Notre Dame. Notre Dame. To the French. But this is a prime example of privilege. White people don't have to see me if they don't choose to. Black people don't have a choice. Please read Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison. End quote. She's referring to after Notre Dame was in flames, there were a series of black churches in Louisiana that were being burned. And so this was kind of a response and a thought on that. So I just wanted to give, that's not like an opinion of anything, it's just I wanted you to know what he's referring to when he's speaking of this divisive privilege tweet. Other, yes.
I think one of the things we talked about here was the difference between like civility and being and listening to the other person, and civility when it's some form of politics. So like that tweet, there's nothing she was attacking somebody else and like so that like my definition of civil, I would say, oh yeah, people should be civil, but it's taking that to and coloring that with the political view that he wants to get across.
Yeah.
We talked about how just from the get-go, he's gotten to define what it means to be civil, and he's owning that conversation. And so in order to read this, you kind of have to go along with his version. You know, and not many people, I think, will take the time to stop and think, is this, you know, does this jive with what I think is being civil, or is civility even a positive? So.
Yeah, just in looking at the first comment, really the only comment I wrote on this one was civil, but are they effective? Like at their jobs, like, and it was just like, they share inspirational quotes on Twitter.
Yeah.
And it was like,
Right. But what's their
that's
job?
cute, like, but like, I don't care, like, you know, like that doesn't tell me anything about what you are. Like, do you actually advance anything, or are you just holding a seat?
Well, that's not what the article is about.
Right, and when Rob Portman's son came out as gay, he endorsed gay marriage. So if Rob Portman just had a son come out as poor, maybe he would actually embrace progressive.
Mental models are being lifted up.
Right.
I guess I hear what you're saying, but the article was about civility. It wasn't about their effectiveness. So I hear what everybody's saying. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm really not. But I also have to look at this. Like, when I see the people he called out here, I see some pretty far left people. I see some pretty far right people. Sometimes when I've looked at their perspectives, I've been very different place with this one, and a very different place with this one at different times. But the article was about civility. So it was about, like, not letting either your political views or your aspirations for what you do with your job get in the way, letting conflict get in the way with that. That's what I took.
What's the mental model, though? Can I push you on that? Like, what's the mental model behind why he would write a whole article about civility?
I think he's saying it's missing, like
Why?
civility.
Why though? Because he's ushering us into it based off of his response to something. So what is it about that that's creating this?
Are you saying the part that you started with?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Is he saying, I think it's kind of going back to what she's saying, like, what is he saying is not civil, and why is he saying?
Yeah, no, I get that, yeah.
So
Are you asking me, or
yes,
you?
I'm asking you.
You can also
She
say
wants
pass.
to
Yes,
answer.
okay.
I
It's
don't
okay to say, let me think about it. Yeah.
No, I'll say this, let her talk.
I think some of
Okay, I'm ready.
some of the things I'm seeing that I underline that he's valuing, Catherine Ingram is rarely quoted, and David Mann declined to be interviewed, and you rarely hear about Chris Knockelman, and that Bridget Kelly does things behind closed doors. And so it's this like meekness and this quietness and this like don't make waves, when really I think what's needed right now are waves. And so I think that the mental model is that be a nice guy, be even keeled, don't respond, keep your mouth shut. Like, I feel like that's what I picked up as the model for this.
So not you, Jessica.
Huh?
Yeah. So not you.
That's Sean.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about like what is civility, but the real question is like why are we talking about civility? And the fact that civility is held as a prime quality that a politician should hold in today's day and age is because I think there are a lot of like small revolutions going on. And what's the best way to tamper those down? It's by saying that the representatives of those revolutions are exhibiting a negative virtue or not exhibiting a positive virtue.
So to pull in like the universalism thing from the pre-work, that is like historic diversity training has basically been that like we're all part of the human race. Why do we have to talk about race? Like, right, and it's trying to find this like vague generality that we can all exist on. And so when Tamaya specifically calls out, why are we worried about this and not about, you know, the rainforest or a number of other issues going on? that it's because it's actually trying to upset the power structure in some ways. And I think this article then about civility is just like, let us distract by just having fun, because people who are rabble rousers and, you know, making us feel bad about ourselves, they're the real problem. We're all okay, we got this. Like, and so it just kind of, I think, like, glosses over and just keeps to that minimization of differences, as opposed to actually moving towards what do people need to be, you know, to get their needs met.
Gus kind of said what I was going to say, but I guess to add on is that, like, civility, if he's talking about how he's defining it, and it kind of goes back to what John was saying too, is that civility is also getting coded as not just meekness, but as niceness. Like, this person is, you know, you can't really critique them because they're nice, they're kind, they, like, are easy to talk to, and it's like, all of those things might be true, but why is that an important value for a job? Because being a politician is a job, so, like, why is that important and not other things?
And then Sean, you took the words right out of my mouth too, because I remember reading that tweet, and I thought that Tobias was being very assertive in the comparison. I thought it was a great comparison. I liked it, said yay, yay, yay. And so this is actually trying to minimize it, make it something that, you know.
It wasn't.
That's, yeah.
Well, notice he didn't bother put what it was.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think we also, you know, I'm all about going deep. We also have to look at what's in play here. This is a black woman who is sitting on city council, right? Who is talking about white privilege. And this is a white man who is saying to her, no. No. How dare you make the white power structure feel uncomfortable, right? Like, this is happening. And I think I call that out, and I agree with what everybody's saying, but I think we need to look at those things, and we need to be able to say those things, and we need to be able to understand that when they're talking about, you know, we're one of the best urban districts, they're not talking about Taft Elementary. They're not talking about Taft High School. They're talking about Walnut Hills High School, right? They're talking about the high school where rich white people go, right? There might be some exceptions to that rule, right? I'm a Walnut grad. I'm not gonna talk bad about Walnut. But it's still the same, though. We have to be able to look at things and go beyond, in my opinion, civility, and be able to call out things. And if it's not civil for me to say that there is a race structure, that there is a class structure, that there are all of these structures that I can clearly name, then I'm not going to be civil, right? Because there is a need to say it. And so I think that when we're looking at things, we'll go to the next one. Calling out those things is not going to be easy because it's going to be read as these things. But be very clear. I don't think that if David Mann had said the same thing, that there would have been an entire article written about it, okay? And trust me, Bridget Kelly is not quiet at all. Like, I love me some Bridget Kelly. Like, she is amazing, and we are loud together. You see us at an event, and they're like, "Who is too loud? Women just screaming at the top of their lungs." That's us. Like, so it's this language is coded. Yeah. This language is, you know, a black woman being unassuming. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was.
Yeah.
That's positive, right?
And untrue.
Right, exactly. So, like, anybody who knows Kathy Ingram, they're like, come on, guys. But the words that he's using to describe her are appropriate to go with the mental models about race and what it means to be a black woman, right? As opposed to be the black woman who stands out and calls out white privilege, let's be the one that's unassuming. Right? That's okay. That falls into what a black woman should be. So let's really start looking at those things, whatever. You can go to the next one. Teacher perception of race. Mental models that are being brought out in this.
Go.
Yes, we'll start out the next again.
All right, so when I read this, right, I kind of think back to my days in school and see the difference, right, how I acted, right, and I'm just like, this is not entirely accurate. This is a perception, okay, all right. And when they say teacher perceptions, I need some testimonials in this article. I need to hear from the teachers saying that, you know, this is what they saw, right, because when it says when a black student has a black teacher, that teacher is much less likely to see behavioral problems than when the same black student has a white teacher, right? So I'm telling myself, well, did somebody report that student? How did they get that metric, right? You know, what was the context, right? Because we could say that they could say that the black teacher probably didn't report that student because they relate to them and they tried to coach them in the class, right? And the white teacher said, I don't know how to do that, so I'm just gonna say, hey, you know, how did they get that, right? So I think this is, you know, a biased perspective to just boldly say, this is how this is, right? And I totally disagree.
So to kind of piggyback what you said, as I was telling my group that, you know, reading this, so we already, you know, I use my hands a lot, and sometimes I get a little loud because I'm excited, not because I'm mad. I get super excited about stuff, and so I might roll my neck, and I might just, I ain't got an attitude. I'm not trying to be rude or unpolite, and so I feel that sometimes there's that misunderstanding that this is just who we are, you know, and so there's not that understanding that as African Americans they're very loud, they're boisterous, they're, you know, full of whatever, but it's just that misunderstanding that we don't come, it's not intentional, that's just who we are.
Just a couple of thoughts. As you read this, it almost, it feels like black teachers are being almost penalized for being too soft. And I know that's not true. Having I have a son, and you know, my son, I used him a lot in my descriptions about our parent involvement, and he would go in and he tested all his teachers to figure out what he could get away with and what he couldn't get away with. And I know that, especially with his African American teachers, you know, they weren't, you know, they were in his grids all the time. And so this article almost, it felt like they were saying, well, you know, black teachers are gonna be easier on black students, when what Mayana said is very true. We have a understanding of where the animation and what they're doing is coming from, because that's part of some writing, you know, our upbringing. And so we're not, so when a child is loud doesn't mean they're being disrespectful. That's just where they came out of. And by the way, not all black children are loud. A real case in point, my in-laws in Chicago, when they talk, it sounds like a huge argument. But that's how they talk. And my kids are like, is Uncle Charles mad? But, you know, because that's not how we run our house. So there's a lot of generalizations in this kind of stuff, which aggravates me to a certain extent. But also recognizing too, the benefit of having more black teachers is that recognition that these students are coming from a different perspective. And part of, if you're gonna have true diversity training and all this stuff that we'll talk about, then folks need to embrace the training. Don't just go and occupy a seat and check the box saying you went to diversity training. You know, and I'm speaking now white teachers, you know, go to the training, then implement the training. When you come back to the classroom, know that little Johnny wasn't trying to be mad at you or anything. That's just the volume in which he speaks.
So what Mayana said, right, you know, about, you know, black kids sometimes are more boisterous. So high school cafeteria, I'm an assistant principal in the cafeteria, black kids like to play their music. I go over and dance a little bit with them, you know, not ashamed about doing that. And we have a lot of white teachers in the cafeteria, and they're like, you know, Xavier, the black kids are always so loud. Can't you tell them, you know, be quiet, be more quiet? I was like, okay. Do you realize that if we were in a more predominantly black school and you had a group of white kids over there in the corner being quiet, what do you think the black kids and the black people are going to think? Like they might be plotting something, like are they KKK or what? So the teachers looked at me like, for something. That's where I went with that comment, because I was so upset that they wanted me to tell them to be quiet. When everybody else is talking, they're just talking louder, so what? And then they wanted me to write them up. So that wasn't happening. I am going to share the information that's on discipline from this workshop that I went to. On our whatever that's called.
Slack.
Snap.
Slack.
Snap. I know that's because they shared one research, that was preschool teachers, 135 of them. They were told to watch for misbehaviors that they would consider getting some kind of demerit. So 135 teachers, but the teachers didn't know they had eye technology tracking. So as they were watching the kids play, it was tracking who they were watching. Who did they watch the most? And laptops. Right. So when that came out, the preschool teachers were asked, can we publish the information and publish, that you were in this? And out of the 135 teachers, 134 said yes. And what the researchers, what the folks said was that they wanted that because they didn't realize what kind of bias they had. These are our preschool teachers. They love all kids. It's not that, we're going to look differently at black and white kids, but they did. With this eye technology.
It's kind of been said, but I think like tying this article back to the previous article, right, and what you said at the end is, and what Mayana was saying is, we have for generations created what it means to be the model student, and that is this dominant white culture of being quiet and, oh, yes, man, like just kind of constantly just being there. And so when anyone goes a little bit outside of that, regardless of understanding cultural differences, people think that they're misbehaving. So that's why we see these differences. And so that's a lot of, I think, that mental model that's happening there. So if you think about going to two different churches, like churches look very different. If you walk into a predominantly white Catholic church, it is silent until you all pray together. If you go into, and I've only been to like the Baptist church down the street from my school in Sacramento, it was like the whole time was beautiful and loud, and it's like this very collaborative feeling. And so then walking into a classroom, you're going to, you should expect different things from your students because that is what they grew up with and what they know. And so we don't, if a white teacher hasn't experienced that, they're not going to bring it into the classroom.
I was just going to say, like, as you read it, you have to realize when you see data, like, what is the data telling you and what is the data not telling you? And even assuming they ran the studies really well, there's some stuff that doesn't say. So, for instance, with the black teachers, maybe they were soft, maybe they were better teachers as far as handling. Like, you don't know from that. And similarly, when you're saying like how much is kind of a subculture and how much is some sort of implicit bias. I think we've heard both. And this doesn't necessarily tease that out, but it does say, hey, there's these numbers that are stark, and it is an initial point for like more investigation.
Yeah. Well, I think along with the mental model, like I've had in trainings we've done like with white teachers say things along the lines of like, I'm preparing my students of color for a harsh world, and so I am extra difficult with them because this is what they're going to experience out in the real world. And I was a white teacher, like, how do you know, like, this is what people of color experience in the world? Like, that was kind of the, like, my pushback, like, interesting, like, tell me how you've come to that reality. But I think, like, that way that, like, they take it as a badge of honor. So some are, like, there's an implicit bias for some, others are, like, explicit bias. They don't think they're being biased though, but yeah, it's
And I think that you're right. These mental models about race and what the model student looks like, or the model teacher even looks like, I think are also, but it also can come to sameness, right? Like, I have a preference for extroversion, so when I was dealing in after school and there were these loud kids, and I was like, yes, and everything that we did was like loud and all of these things, and I would see a child and they're like, very quiet, and I'm like, what's wrong with them? Like, what's wrong, baby? Like, are you plotting, or are you sick, or are you, what is going on? And so even then, I'm creating a mental model about what it means to be boisterous versus what it means to be, or when I was in places and they're like, the world is made for extroverts, and I'm like, why? Because I was always the one who wanted to talk, and nobody let me talk, so I thought the world was made for introverts, right? And so I think that all of the mental models that our lens creates these mental models for us that sometimes are very macro level about race and gender and class, but some of them are just about what our preferences are and how we see the world and the mental models we've created for ourselves based off of our experiences. And so it's necessary to look at these things on both and all levels, because we can create one and we can look at it and be like, yes, like that's about black and white, or this one's like, wait, I really don't like the color blue, and so this child that always wears blue is like getting on my nerves, and you know what I mean? Like, why is that? And that's really ridiculous. But I'm just saying, like, it happens on all levels, and we have to be able to look at that and see, like, where are our blind spots? And what's happening, and how are we able to see what is going on beyond what makes us comfortable and what stands out for us.
So yeah, I think we're gonna at least, I want to double down, right? Mental models themselves are not inherently good or bad, right? Diversity of thought, diversity of opinion is a great thing. We are all shaped by our own experiences. Where it gets dangerous is when those things get wrapped up with power, with dominant culture, with imposing those beliefs on others. And so part of the exercise here is if you all are going to be leaders moving an agenda for kids, how are you able to check your own mental models, to see what mental models are experiencing others, and to test if you can actually join with somebody, even if they don't share the exact mental model that you do? Because I'll tell you, in Preschool Promise, right, not everybody, shared the belief that high quality pre-K was the thing for kids. Some people got in that conversation because of economic arguments or because of fear of the fact that voters were going to pass it on an earnings tax, and so, well, if you move it to a property tax, that's less impactful for our business. There's all sorts of reasons that people could get on board with that. So if you're holding something, right, that you have to believe the same thing I believe, my mental model is you're actually limiting your ability to move an agenda. So just to reveal my own mental model.
Yeah, and I think to that end too, it's one of the things that I used to try to push the board to talk about too, is that, when we really think about all of the different there's so many stakeholders, right, in our community working on education issues, and a lot of times we're all yelling at each other or saying who is evil and who is not. And if we really just took everyone to the table, if we could take the business community and the CEJC and Teach for America and the Teachers Union and the Dems and the charters, like if we could let them all Charterites, yes. Colin was on the interview team when I interviewed for the charter endorsement.
We endorse.
Yes. Yeah, like if you could get them all to the table, I bet you would agree on like 80% of things. And so if we just spend most of our time on that 80% instead of arguing about the 20%, like how much further we could move forward. But what these two asked me to just bring up today a little bit was because thinking about mental models was the change from the campouts to the lottery, right? So as most people know, right, so like we talked before, CPS, like most districts, for when the magnet schools were first created in Cincinnati, they were racially balanced. So people would apply, and you make sure you take one white student, one black student, one white, and then there was a Supreme Court ruling that you could no longer use race in enrollment into public schools. So that's when it became this first come, first serve. And then over the years, that kind of devolved into what we saw towards the end, which was at some of our most high demand schools, people camping out for 15, 16 days. And so when I came on the board, that seemed like a very inequitable way to have access to our most in-demand schools. Now, we also know that where you send your child to school is like a deeply personal decision, and that every parent cares deeply about their child, right? And so we also knew that this was going to probably set off a firestorm, not because there were bad people who wanted to camp out, but because they care deeply about their kids' education too, right? And so we didn't want from the beginning to kind of vilify anybody who was advocating for us keeping the system as it was. But we knew that it was likely going to have to change. And the first thing we did was just look at the data. So in looking at the data, we pulled every year, we pulled the data for the racial and socioeconomic diversity of some of our most in-demand magnet schools, and what it looked like each year after we moved to first come, first serve. It was clear. Literally every year you could see a staircase going down. Now, there are other factors that went into play there. Things like Stans Montessori moved from the West End way the heck out to Mount Washington, right? So you have a very different population. So there was also, we had to admit, other things that were coming into play here too. But when we looked at, not to get too complicated, but we were looking at what kind of testing things we could keep in place, because tests change like every year as well. The overall achievement at those buildings hadn't changed dramatically, but the populations at them had, right? So this argument that we let those kids in, it's going to tank our achievement, we knew, we had data to actually say also it's likely not going to happen. But, so we knew we had to have some data a case where we can have 1 or 2 board members who don't agree, because anytime that we were gonna take a controversial vote, we made sure that everybody was gonna vote in the same way, so that we weren't splitting our board, right? So some people would be like, well, I didn't vote for that, like these folks did, right? And so we also knew we had to get to a place where all of the board members felt like they had enough information and data and all too that they could get behind it. When we talk about mental models, right? A few sessions ago, I told my own story about how I came into this work, and I talked about like my own personal conflicts of like I'm perceived as a white person, but am I a white person? You know, given that I'm Jewish, and white people have never considered us white, right? But like, where do I stand? But I also knew in this conversation, none of my own personal who am I's matter. I am perceived as a white person. So in that sense, I have some privilege in being able to be one of the people who's able to go out there and say, we're gonna make this change. So I was leading the policy committee at the time, and so when we talked as a board of who was gonna speak for this, that was gonna be me. So my picture was gonna be in the newspaper, in the Cincinnati Magazine, all of those things. I was gonna be the one quoted, because we knew that we're talking today about all these things about race and privilege and where that lands. We knew that that was gonna have to be part of this conversation as well. And then one of the big pieces of pushback we got in this was the timing, right? So we actually took this vote in the spring. People were saying, well, we've already planned for this summer, and we're going to enroll my kid this summer, and why the timing? Why can't you wait until next year? And again, it was Melanie Bates, white woman, who said, because we had a moral obligation. Once we saw that data, and we saw that every year our schools were becoming less diverse racially and socioeconomically, we felt we could not morally say, well, to make it easier on some people, we're gonna push this off another year, because we knew what that meant for our most marginalized kids, right? And so we knew we had to open up opportunity that year. So like I had talked about before with you all, and read you one of the quotes from the Enquirer about this, we really did have people coming up to the mic over and over again, talking about how if we let in those kids, it was going to tank our best schools. So when we think about the mental models involved there too, like who those kids are, and also which are our quote best schools. So we were talking about that earlier, right? Of like when we see a school, who's in that building is a big factor in who people then think are what are the best schools, right? So we even see that with some of our neighborhood schools that get the same report card score as some of our magnet schools, but they're not seen as the best schools like our magnet schools are. So we know all of that is going into these mental models as well. One of the things I think that for me was most upsetting in this entire conversation was after it was all done, we put it in place, all these folks applied through the first lottery, and we asked our district administration to send a survey out to everybody who had gone through the lottery with a series of questions to get a gauge on, like, A, how did this process go this first time, but also, like, did you think this was a better way, a fairer way, more equitable way, et cetera, and then any comments. And there's like a 20-page report we got back, right? And I was sitting at my desk at home reading through it, and like I quite literally started to cry as I was reading it. And my husband was like, whoa, what is going on? Like, what are you crying while you're reading this? And I said, I'm so mad at myself because I let the conversation go and never controlled it. And again, so this is where it comes back to mental models, because as I was reading the comments, almost every single comment started with, I care deeply about my kids' education, but couldn't camp out because X, Y, and Z. And so what I was so upset about was that I let the conversation go so that in our community, it was not understood that every family cares about their kids' education. All of these parents, hundreds of parents, felt like they had to justify that they care about their kids' education and then share with us something personal about why they wouldn't have been able to camp out. I mean, we have people telling us, I have one child who is like developmentally right on track and 2 of my kids who are medically fragile. So we never know when we have to go to the emergency room, and that's why I can't camp out. We have people saying I had to take in my daughter's children because she has a drug problem right now, and so we're dealing with that, and so I can't camp out. And I'm thinking, holy crap, like these people are trying to tell us these deeply personal things to justify to us that they care about their kids' education, instead of the mental model for our entire city being every family cares about their kids' education, period. Right? And so that to me was the most upsetting part, that I could have, at some point, probably not changed the entire conversation, but at least stopped at some point and said publicly, can we all just start with every person coming to us, cares about their kids' education, and let's start there. So I think it was really interesting. There's a whole lot of conversation around, we have people coming to us with saying, I bought my house in X neighborhood because, so as many people may know, even before we had the lottery completely, there was a sub-lottery. So if you lived in one of the neighborhoods where there had been a consistent F on a report card, you could be in the lottery for these magnet schools. So people saying to us, we bought our house there so we could be part of the magnet lottery. And to me, I would hear, oh my God, you bought your house betting that kids would continue to fail forever until you could get your kid in via the lottery, right? Like again, that was not their mental model. Their mental model was, I care deeply about my kid's education, and I know there's this lottery system, so if I buy a house here, I can get my kid in. And when I am reading that, I'm coming from a completely different mental model, reading it as, oh my gosh, you truly believe these kids will never be able to succeed, so even if you buy your house 4 years before kindergarten starts, they'll be failing forever, and you'll be able to get in this lottery. So I think there were so many different perspectives kind of coming into this conversation, and I wanted to bring that up just because I know that was such a fraught time, and there seemed to be lots of folks who were vilifying each other all over the place, right? Like, it was not a fun time for me to exist in the world, right? Like, I would go to Kroger and be yelled at by someone, like go to a kid's soccer game and be yelled at by someone. I'd be like, eh. And it was one of those times to remember that the loudest voices aren't necessarily the majority of voices.
Yes.
Because what would also happen was sometimes I'd be out and very quietly, again, it was not the people who were ready to yell at me, very quietly someone would pull me aside and say, I want to thank you because my wife and I both work, there's no way we could camp out, and at least now we have a shot. I don't know if we're going to get it, but at least I have a shot. So also just keeping that framing in mind as you guys go about this work, because it is really challenging work, and honestly, in order to make real change, you have to upset the power and privilege structure, right? So people are going to have to give up an unearned privilege so that others could have equity and access. So I'll stop there with that story.
So I want to personally say thank you, because my child was able to get into a school that I wanted her to be in. And I have a couple of friends who are a little bit more privileged. I'm a single mom and they have, husband, wife, they're very well off. And when she expressed it to me, and her children are at the same school, they had to camp out. And so it was just like, well, so we just kind of feel that, this is our initiation into this school. If you don't camp out, you don't kind of deserve to be in this school. And I just kind of was like, so you mean to tell me that because I didn't camp out, my child is not allowed to get a certain type of education? And it just really hurt, And so I want to say thank you because of where my child is able to go.
Yeah. So just because you said something that maybe is different than mine, I'd like to get your thought on that. So if it's truly a moral issue, why isn't a 5-2 vote okay? Like if we're gonna talk about like desegregation, like if you're waiting for everyone in Congress to agree, we'd probably still be in the place where we're. So
that's a great question. So for us, why we determined it had to be 7-0. So because we knew that if we were going to go out there, if we were going to just take a vote, it was going to be over. We are then going to have to go out into our community and be able to, as a united front, be able to say, this is what we believe is best as the, quote, leaders in Cincinnati Public Schools. We couldn't have kind of a crack in our leadership, because then that would be easy enough for other folks to say, okay, these two are against it, we're going to go with them, and then those factions are over there with X board member and Y board member, and then maybe they can convince these other board members that we're going to change this policy for next year. So we really knew that if we were going to do any of the big things we were going to do, we were going to get to a place where we all agreed. And so that doesn't mean that we all got what we wanted, that usually meant there was a lot of compromise happening before we could get to a policy that people all could agree on. And so, yeah, so sometimes they might not have gone as far as some people wanted, sometimes they went a little further than people wanted, but we could get to a place, not just in this policy, but for kind of any of the big changes, that everybody could say, I can go out to the community and sell this together.
So this is a group decision, not a, policy decision that y'all decided to do seven, or seven. Y'all came together and said, this is our decision, this does not go for every policy that needs to be implemented.
Right, so except for this policy, yeah, and even this policy, there's many ways we could have written this policy, right? The policy that changed from first come, first served to camp out, there were lots of iterations that were put in front of the board. And so each of those iterations we would talk about as a board in public meetings. We would talk about as a board about which things people were in agreement with, weren't, why, what the kind of, I know we're talking sometimes about unintended consequences, I think we'll get there in this conversation too, like what unintended consequences might there be. So we'd really try until we could get to a place where like that policy we could all agree. Sorry.
I want to thank you as well. That was monumental, that changed, because my husband did camp out. And that was because we could. And then I remember he coming home, he said, I can't believe I did that, just for the chance you might get it, you know, so. But back to your night of crime and the realization that everybody cares for their kids. And that's something I think that is still very prevalent around, especially in our district, about parents. If they're not in the building, if they don't, you know, this school is not that good because, you know, their parents don't care about their kids. And I think as leaders, we have to squash that, we have to kill that, because every parent, I don't care how tall you are, you gave birth to a child, you care.
Yeah.
And so, there's the models around what constitutes good parent engagement. You know, we have to tear down those things too. It's whatever those kids need and whatever that building needs. And I wince when people say, well, if folks care about the kids, they'll come to the meeting. Or they care about this, they'll come to the meeting. It's like, no, it's not that they don't care, but, you know, did you go to the parent? You know, people don't know about what's going on because information isn't presented in a way where they can get it. You know, and so that's my big issue, is that why would you out of your mouth say that these folks don't care about their kids? I wince at that every time.
And I think for me personally, I had, you know, I taught for 7 years, so I interacted with hundreds of parents, and so my mental models, I just had assumed all parents cared about their kids, right? Like that, I mean, that was, I think, my assumption going into teaching, but also it had been reinforced over and over again in my classroom, that of course all of these families cared about their kids. So it had never, not that it never occurred to me, but it hadn't occurred to me that across our city, we were not starting from the same place. And that we were forcing all of these parents to say again and again, yes, and that parental involvement looks so different. And when we rewrote our parental involvement policy, and I think we brought this up, oh, Carolyn brought it up. We rewrote it, named it family engagement, first of all, because we know all families are different. It's not, you know, one parent, two parent, what is grandparents, it's not ever all of that. But also we bring up, you know, I'd say like, yeah, when I was a teacher, not everybody could come in. I can't even, I work a full-time job. I could go into my kid's classroom all the time, but I could send things home to my kids' family saying like, okay, next week we're doing a unit where like, I need 25 of these little construction bears cut out. Who can do it? Send me back, you know, yes you can, and then I would put the construction paper and the little things that they needed in a baggie and send it home, and it would come back to me all completely done, right? Or I'd say like, by next month, can you all collect, you know, we wanted to make stargazers out of toilet paper rolls, anyway, it's very cute. And I'd say like, I'm not gonna use enough toilet paper to get 25 of these, right? Like, can you guys send all that stuff in? And like, that's family engagement. That's them like, yes, we're gonna collect it all, we're gonna bring it in. We make me a collet out of egg carton, same thing. Like, that's a lot of eggs for me to eat on my own, and so can you all, and so those kinds of ways of just saying like, here are ways you can contribute that don't require you coming in the middle of your workday into our classroom.
And even as recent as this year, I had a conversation with school board member Mike Morossi about how they write about parent engagement in the like plan for schools, because they still said we're judging it by the strength of the parent-teacher organization, and I'm like, that's missing a whole lot of kids. When I worked at South Avondale, I thought they had the best parents. South Avondale and Rutherford, because those parents would walk those kids to school. They would they would stand and serve them breakfast. Like, they didn't have to go through the line. Like, they're serving the kids breakfast and then walk them to, like, my mom never did that. Like, she went to the meetings at 6 o'clock, but she didn't do that. And I'm like, they know these kids, and so how are we valuing and uplifting alternate ways? But again, what is that mental model? Because we know about PTO moms, we know what it looks like to have this PTO thing, and for your mom to be here, and for it to look this way. And so we don't necessarily have the default to value it that way.
So, I struggle with the magnet schools in general. Like, my daughter's at Sands, and that was kind of, I agree entirely about switching it to the lottery system. I think that is a far more equitable way to go about it. But I know Mayana and I have talked about, this like mindset of some of the parents that are there that did the camp outs, and like, oh, the demographics are changing, and I'm like, yeah, so we gotta change the way we do the school carnival. Like, this says you can't expect every family to come in and drop $150 on a Saturday for their kid to have fun and raise some money. Like, you have to figure out a better way to do it. A part of me feels like I'm very happy my daughter is there. That is likely where she will stay, but I feel like it's not really public education, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, it is, but I feel like I'm not, like, Mount Washington is the neighborhood that we live in, and there are a lot of positive things going on there, and I don't feel, in some ways, I feel a level of guilt for not fully participating in my neighborhood by sending my daughter there, if that makes sense. Like, and for our family, this is what is working, and that's the way I got my husband to agree to not have her in private school, so it's like but I'm wondering, though, if there are numbers, and maybe it's too early to know if those who didn't get the lottery result that they wanted are then going to private, or if there's like a result that they're fully participating in their neighborhoods. And I know the mindset will shift in the magnet schools as like the lottery families just become the norm and not, an exception. But
well, and I think one of the underlying mental models too is there was this like, if we build it, they will come. But at the same time, like, one of the things we found, because was that when we asked our family engagement crew to like go out to schools and like talk with families about like why they were choosing the neighborhood schools and would you have chosen magnet, like there were tons of parents who said, well, no, I'm like, I understand that there are these magnet schools, but I'm perfectly happy at my neighborhood school, right? And that there are things beyond the report card store that made, like, I walked into this building and it felt like a place I wanted my child. It felt like they were going to be appreciated and cared for. And when I went into another school, it did not feel like it was a place I wanted my child. So there's like so many other things beyond like just opening up to a lottery that are behind why families are choosing or not choosing to go to those schools. And I know I don't want to like suck the air out of the entire conversation talking about just this, because I know you all have other stuff planned, but yeah.
Can I just do
Yeah.
one quick thing?
No,
First
go
of
for
all,
it.
you're welcome to Mount Washington School if things don't work out. No, but the other side of that discussion is at Mount Washington School, a lot of times the parents view our school as the consolation prize. Like, they don't realize how good the school is. They just know it's the one that everyone can go to. It might even be considered the school for the poor kids in the neighborhood. Like, it's just, and I want to tell them all, like, you don't know how good this school is. Like, I don't know how to convince you, but they look at Sands as like the school we didn't get into, and this is the one that will just take it. So it's, it's the other side of the discussion.
So we're going to go to a break in a second. I would just lift up, that was a great, I think, point to make, right? Because one of the things to think about is like, no mental models are true, and all of them are true at the same time, right? If anybody believes it, then it's true, at least for them. And there are, there's no right answers here, there's no perfect answer. I think morally, there's a place that we would all like to head, and there's many different beliefs for how to get there. But I would just encourage you to think about this idea of mental models as almost a way to analyze and to check yourself, right? And to understand where others are coming from, and to think about where are the places that you can agree and work together, because it's going to take more mental models than just your own to get to wherever you want to go. So we'll give you
10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll say 12 minutes. So back at 2:35, I did make fresh coffee. People want coffee. And if you need anything else, let me know.
Is the lock to the deck? Oh, can we get out on the deck for the 10 minutes? It is open. When I went down
the stairs.
Yeah,
Stairs.
but it was locked when I went back down.
They go right now?
Do you know what I mean? Like the door to the
on the second floor,
yeah.
I think the door stop probably just turned right
They don't have autism units.
Gotcha. That's what. And, so,
well, kind of. In process. So if you take Linwood, like just cross the line, that's the beach line. We call that from our house. So there are 3 to 4 so it's a structure that has to just So
Very good.
Practicing, giving each other our review, and it was like Tanisha, and all of us are in that section, and so in that area, it was like, maybe, but it was like, this, I started talking about going through some changes for this. What's digesting people like to be able to move and also like, so you're trying to like promote this universalism, all sorts of things. So but the coping mechanism also but yeah, it's like that.
Sorry about that. I
would lead a yoga break.
Come
on out here.
Do you have like a 2-minute yoga break you can do?
I probably do.
Lead us, please.
Yeah.
But I'm also wearing a dress today.
You literally just said I could lead people in the group.
We can just
Now,
do some
now
standing
can
street.
anyone lead your group in a 2-minute yoga break? Now that it's going on.
In a what?
A yoga break.
I
I do have one.
I can do some lead yoga moves.
Some movement, some yoga.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone have like a little refresher? Yeah, like a breathing one?
Yeah.
You got a breathing thing? Alright, we're gonna do a quick, everybody stand up, we're gonna go energy back in the room.
Right.
Okay, stand up. Oh my God. Drop your hand, drop your arms, just let them hang. Shake them out a little bit. We're gonna gently rise. Arms in the air.
Oh.
Deep breath in.
I don't want decaf.
Gently go back, just a little bit until it's uncomfortable. Forward a little bit. Drop your arms. Breathe out. One more time. Up. Breathe out. Gently, if you can, touch your toes. Breathe out. Come up gently, put your hands on the waist. Breathe in. Out. Arms up again. Grab with the left wrist, either side. Gently, over to the side. Breathe out. Go a little deeper if you can. Don't hurt yourself. Come back up. Now we're going to do the other side. Breathe in. Out. Back up. One more breath in. And arms down, out. Namaste.
Thanks.
Okay. So, powerful discussion on mental models. My sense is we could probably talk about mental models for like the next week. But I wanted to check and actually bring it back to where we started with the data and the data log. Right? We talked about, mental models themselves aren't necessarily harmful when they get wrapped up with power, dominant culture, all these different things, and then they actually show up right in the systems that we look at. So if you were imagining for a moment, based on what you heard from kids, based on your own aspirations as a change leader, what would this room look like if we actually measured the things that you all think would matter for whether or not kids were being successful and systems were supporting them? Like, what would be the data points that we would be looking at on the walls here if you all were successful in what you
Does everybody have 3 meals a day?
There you go.
Jessica.
3 meals a day.
Kids reporting a high sense of belonging.
High sense of belonging.
I would like to see more of a different variety of assessment. These are all just blind tests.
Yep.
Multiple assessments.
Was it like happy and healthy?
Yeah.
I would say, like, their mental. I think that a lot of kids and even parents deal with trauma. I don't think it's addressed enough in our schools. And so, mental health, are they getting the mental services that they need to deal with these traumatic events?
Similar to what Amber was saying, the student perspective of how they're doing at school with their teachers and the culture of their school.
Do the students have pride in the schools that they're graduating from?
Here and then here.
I'd like to know if kids are enjoying reading.
I'd like to know if they understand who they are and what gifts they have. How they play the music.
I know some schools are starting to do it, but as school culture survey results, but that being in place and consistently used, widespread.
So one of the amazing things, right, about if you all are successful in this and the role of the school board is that you all would actually have power, right? There's certain things that you're going to be mandated to do, right? There are systems larger than, and with more influence than the school board. But you could actually, we were talking earlier that I think we were saying under Barry Ronan at one point, there was a CPS board dashboard that.
Yeah, so one of the things I had brought up in one of our meetings when our state report card came out, it was measuring all this stuff, it was poor again, and we were saying, like, but we're doing all these other things. Almost every child gets 3 meals a day in our schools for free. You know, we have art and music in every school. We have, you know, these extracurriculars because we know our community keeps telling us these things matter. And so my point was like, well, we measure what matters, right? And right now, someone else is telling us these are the things that matter and to have to be measured. What would it look like in CPS if we had a dashboard that we were measuring what mattered to us? And so Mary Ronan charged each of her departments to come back with a measuring what matters for their department. Our point being, like, we can't just say we're doing these things. Like, who are we doing them for? How close are we to where we want to be? And let's start measuring it there. And so for 3 or 4 years, it was a humongous dashboard on the CPS website, but every department came back with their measures of what they believed in their department mattered most, based on what the community had been telling us mattered. And we were saying, this is a CPS report card. And like, those of you who are in the system know, like, we were getting mailed those. It was literally called Measuring What Matters for a little while there. So I'm not sure what happened and where it's gone to, but it was measuring so many of these things that don't get measured. Mental health services at every building, you know, all of these things, because we know it matters to our community.
So in the spirit of trying to be more uplifting than last year, which I think we're doing, but I want to keep sharing, like, there are good things happening, right? And you all, in a moment, we're going to move into that work around the targeted universalism. People recall this from Brewer. What do you remember about targeted universalism?
Understanding what's good for the whole, but the different parts of it need different strategies.
Exactly.
Right? So we can hold universal goals. All kids read on grade level, right? But what we know that often happens is, and I mentioned this earlier, right? Systems, particularly systems in this country, are often led historically, right, by white leaders. White leaders, intentionally or unintentionally, are often programming and building things based on their own perspective. We know that 70% of the educator workforce is female. About 80% of the teaching workforce is white, right? That compounded over 40 or 50 years has an impact on what are behavioral expectations, right? What are disciplinary actions, right? All the things that you were talking about earlier. Those small decisions over time have become big systemic and structural things in terms of norms, right? Norms spread faster than structures. Something to think about. So, for example, many of our communities are trying to move beyond just looking at child level outcome measures, and they're starting to say, what would be the things that would tell us whether or not our systems are acting more equitably? So they're tracking things like, is the diversity of our educator workforce actually matching the populations that we're serving? Because we know there's a lot of evidence that suggests when kids have educators in the classroom that look like them, they actually get better outcomes. And so I did want to share a video from some folks in Milwaukee where again, right, they could be holding a universal goal around high quality educated workforce. But a data point that we heard the other week from Richard Greaves, the Brookings Institute is, and this comparison is bad on both sides, so I'll just name that in advance. But you're more likely in America right now to be a female fighter pilot than you are to be a black male in the early childhood classroom. Wow. Okay. So Milwaukee's trying to figure out how to solve it.
In Minneapolis, 66% of the students are students of color, whereas only 16%.
Sorry.
Of the teachers are teachers of color. There are a number of partners in the Minneapolis-St. Paul region that are all working on diversifying the teacher pool. That's higher education, K-12 organizations, nonprofits. Our role at Generation Next is to bring us all together to do that work better.
At the University of St. Thomas, we actually have 2 residency programs. We have one residency with Minneapolis Public Schools and another with St. Paul Public Schools. They're there for the entire year.
We are attempting to change our workforce to reflect the students who we serve day in and day out. This program provides our students the ability to see someone who looks like them in front of them.
Both of our residencies have at least 50% of students of color. We're helping to diversify the teaching profession. When I go to Generation Next meetings, I speak to superintendents, individuals from the business community, a number of different nonprofit leaders. We're learning how to work together to solve really difficult and complex problems.
I truly believe that in order to advance systems change, we have to work together differently. So thinking long-term that way, how do you invite maybe other players that maybe haven't been in the space? And then together, we might actually illuminate new insights so that we can come up with different policies and different ways to make change.
I think everyone has a vested interest in the success of our children. They are our next generation, they're our future generations. And so everyone should care about this.
Being a teacher is bigger than a title. You know, you're more than that to these kids. Your job is more than just teaching these students and educating them. It's actually giving them life lessons that they're going to carry on for the rest of their lives, you know.
We know that nationwide, probably 2% of teachers are men of color, and they're concentrated in high schools and preschools. We don't see many of them. So we really wanted to increase their presence in our school because we know how that impacts children.
So the Leading Men Fellowship Program is a program that's designed to engage young men of color as early childhood educators, and it's also designed to engage young men of color as agents of change within their community.
So I first got introduced to the program during my senior year of high school. They actually came into a classroom and gave a presentation about the program. I thought to myself, this is something I gotta give a chance, you know, it might be something that I actually like. When I actually got in the classroom and over the course of the years, like I really found that I have a passion for teaching, you know, it was like actually something that I love, something I really enjoyed.
Since the program began, we've seen the preschoolers improve their literacy, especially young men of color.
I would encourage all of our Strive Together communities to be a Leading Men Fellows cohort site.
We want students of color throughout each region and beyond to be able to see themselves in these young men of color in their classrooms on a daily basis.
And one day one of my students, she came up there and gave me a big hug and she told me she loves me. It really touched my heart. You know, I didn't know I was being that great of a teacher at that time. You know, it let me know what I'm doing. Like, wow, this is really important. They really, you know, look up to me. So it just let me realize how important this job really is.
We want to be able to help elevate the teaching profession and say this is one of the most noble careers that an individual can have. We're making the difference in children's lives daily through the craft of teaching.
Children of color who have at least one teacher of color sometime within their K-12 career are 2 to 3 times more likely to go to college, and I think that that is incredible.
This notion that we can actually do something to improve the diversity of teacher pipeline is something everybody's embracing and wants more of.
I never thought in a million years that I'd be a teacher, that I'd actually consider being a teacher as a career, you know. But actually stepping into that classroom and getting to know the students, nothing can amount to that. The feelings that the kids give you, nothing can amount to that.
So I just want to name So if all this feels like a Striking advertisement, it was because we did this for a national meeting. So I'm not like trying to like advertise for y'all, but we made all these videos for a meeting a couple weeks ago. So that's why they're focusing a lot on the Striking. But so thinking about that targeted universalism frame, like what jumped out at you in this work?
It was intentional.
Intentional, right? When they say 2% nationally of teachers are black men of color, right? So if you imagine, right, if you just perpetuated, the system continued to operate as is, the colleges of education, the K-12 system, the placement of teacher fellowship programs, right? What we would imagine is, right, the system would probably pretty reliably produce about 2% teachers of color. So if we, in community, actually want to change that, if we continue to just do things the same way and assume that somehow we're going to get more teachers of color, we're probably not going to be successful, right? So the idea with targeted universalism is how are you actually saying there are particular populations that are experiencing our system in a different way, and we need to design for that, right? And I alluded to this earlier with the GI Bill. So my dad, some of our biggest fights have often been on targeted universalism, which probably many of you don't talk about at your dinner table. But this idea, right, like my dad's a true fiscal conservative, right? So he's like, well, why are we doing disproportionate benefits for, and I'm like, well, you know, yes, my grandfather was a plumber, but he was in the military. And at that time, the military was 98% white men. And so the GI Bill, which was intended as this great sort of universal benefit for all military veterans, and it is, and it continues to be. It's great policy, right, I think in a lot of ways. Except for the fact that when it was done, the military was 98% white men. So for the first 30 or 40 years of that legislation, white men got a disproportionate benefit, a targeted benefit, around mortgages, college education, right? And so all of that is true, and so I try not to get too much in a fight with my dad on that. But to say, could it be possible that other groups might also need targeted support, right, other than white men? Might it be true that to get more Hispanic teachers in the classroom, we might have to do things differently than how we support white women, right? I would hold that that's probably true, and that's the activity you're going to dig into. So in Strive Together, we use these things called trendline factor analyses, right? So there's actually some data in the room that's trendline data. I mentioned earlier, there's something like a 13 percentage point increase in CPS. I don't know what exactly the number is right now, but it was 13% over 4-year increase in third grade reading proficiency over the last 5 years. So I will visually depict this completely accurately. Right, but let's imagine overall something like a 13 percentage point increase over the last few years in third grade reading. Right, there are factors, right, that have been pushing that trend line up. I think Elisa, you mentioned errors. Some of the error work was
the Vision 2020 work.
Vision 2020, which impacted errors. Sorry.
Yep.
There was a lot of district continuous improvement work that was happening in the early childhood space, where teachers were being taught how to do differentiated instruction for kids around each kid setting their own goal, testing their own strategies, checking in with that information over time. At the same time, right, we know that we live in complex worlds. It's not just like we turn something on and it's not impacted by anything else in society. We know that there are factors that are continuing to push that trend line down. What might some of those be here in Cincinnati? Factors pushing third grade reading down. Poverty. We've talked about a bunch of them in this session today, right? Food, security.
Access to sufficient transportation.
Transportation, right? All of these things. Opioids. Right, so you got the gist of it. Sad story, I was in Perry County, Kentucky in December. 7 out of 10 kids born in Perry County are born addicted to opioids, 2 hours south of here. Right, so the idea in a factor analysis, obviously if we were doing this in real life, we'd be bringing different data in, right? We'd be bringing in child and family perspective to this. But the activity, right, is to think about, okay, this is for all kids, all third graders. We know, right, that third grade reading performance for black men although it's also increasing, it's actually lower than that, right? If we want to continue to raise that overall trend line, we actually have to provide specific and targeted supports, right? It might be culturally relevant curriculum, right? Be reducing disproportionate behavior or how the system treats behavioral instances, right? But the idea is that you're actually identifying things particular for particular populations and recognizing that that will actually lift the entire trend line, right? So if you actually focus on those that are currently most marginalized by systems, if you can support those populations to be successful, you'll actually see your overall trend line increase, right? So the activity that I'm going to ask you all to do, and I might ask if people mix up, because I think you've been at your tables most of the day, is to pick an outcome that you care about. Could be third grade reading, could be diversity of the educator workforce. There's some data in this room. I also heard that some people have these things called smartphones. But pick a data point that you care about that has some ability to get some trend line data. And take about 20 minutes and actually create a factor analysis, right? Based on your perspective, right? You don't have to bring in all the perfect data. But anyone want to work on, let's say, third grade reading? Is that important to anybody? Yeah? 1, 2. I'm trying to think of things that are in the room. What do people want to work on? Any outcomes that you want to work on? Particularly relevant to you? Preschool, you could, I think there's school readiness data we could look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a preschool group? What, you got one here? Nobody wants to work on anything?
High school graduation.
I'll do preschool. I'll switch to preschool with you.
Got a preschool group?
Post-secondary readiness.
Ooh,
Okay.
post-secondary readiness. Okay.
Oh.
Post-secondary folks?
Yeah.
What else?
There's a whole group doing discipline disproportionality. In fact, no one's bringing that up.
Discipline? Group one work on discipline?
just defected?
Oh.
All right. So we got at least 3 groups. If you want to start another group, you're welcome to it.
I'll go with that.
We don't have workforce yet, although I know.
Oh yeah, that's his thing.
That's okay. So let's do school readiness group, discipline group, post-secondary readiness, and then we'll maybe have a workforce group.
That's all they do. They're active That's the only thing their brain can do. And they get something's happening, they need to disrupt it because they've thought of something else now. That's crazy.
Trend line you ended up looking at? That seemed like a big priority for you, or maybe you hadn't thought of it. Who's going to go first?
We'll go. We'll go. So we looked at the CPS Ohio School Report Card for the 4-year cohort graduation rate and the 5-year cohort graduation rate. And so you can see the trend line for the 4-year rate is trending up. We remained a little bit flat for 5 years. But as a group, we agreed that, this is only half the picture. And we have a lot of key questions down below. So one, we want to know and disaggregate this data by race and ethnicity to look at what's happening with subgroups. Thinking about what's happening to students, or are we able to track the kids who don't graduate, as well as the kids who are graduating? Are they enrolling, enlisting, employing, and then persisting, which is not captured here, but that's a question. What is the strategy for re-engaging opportunity youth, including those who have experience with the juvenile justice system? What's being tracked? The percentage of high school students who meet the basic or alternative requirements for graduation, does this capture them, or is this just the kids who are meeting those basic requirements because it is written into the requirements that there are alternative ways to graduate? That's not captured here. But our key question was, what is the impact of the graduation rates shifting from year to year? We heard a really alarming statistic that they've changed like 3 times within the last 2 years. So what's happening with that, and what is the disparate impact by subgroup? And then also, what is the engagement strategy? We talked about the impact on students. If you come in freshman year and these are the requirements that you need to hit to graduate, and by the next year they're different, something's going to change. And then do staff, teachers, family, how does the community, what is the engagement strategy around that knowledge, and what's being built to create more consistency? Did I leave anything out? Okay.
All right. Those questions. Next group. Alex. I heard Alex being voluntold earlier.
All right, so our section here is about the preschool, kindergarten readiness. Ours is kind of difficult because this implementation started 2017, 2018, and our demographics doesn't have any data statistics to represent that yet. So we had to do kind of like a prediction model. Starting out, it rose by like a couple percentage points. It kind of leveled out there, and then from 2017 we kind of identified what are the pros and cons of this new program, right, that will be implemented in, up until now, right? So, because we don't have the data yet. So what we found was that, there might be some issues with, parents paying tuition for their, the kids that go to these schools, not having enough 5-star ratings, right, can be a factor. And transportation, okay, these are the things that could drive this program into the ground because, it's a factor. Also, good things, okay, this is the big thing here. Tuition assistant, they actually have assistance. Child development and coaching is provided. Instructional advice, and a number of preschools in total, right? The more you have, the better off, the inclusion of all the students in the community. I think you asked, what, some things that what was the last part you said?
What's like a key factor that emerged that maybe you hadn't thought about, or one that you might want to prioritize?
The good outweighs the bad, and also, something like this, would always be needed, right? Because this is like a base point, for the early age base point, that pretty much determines the rest of their, education career.
All right.
Over here.
Okay, so we did discipline, we chose to focus on emergency removals, and we found a lot of things. We took the data that went from 2008 to 2016. The trend line is going up for the emergency removals. So we've got a lot that we thought was pushing up and some that are pushing down, but our two most important factors we thought when pushing up was the reclassification of discipline codes. They did that within the past few years. And also they would come along with a change in suspension policies. So that would affect the trend line. And then pushing down, we thought maybe the PBIS programs, just state mandated, that every school has to have one now in all of their schools. So there could be some positive effect happening there.
And then what's PBIS?
So as positive behavior incentive system. So every school has to have something, whether it's, you give out tickets and kids are recognized for the good things they do in the hallways and how they help each other out and being kind, and we have like a phrase that you have.
There's like tenets, and then just to have like, what does it mean to be a student in the hallway, in the classroom, in the cafeteria? That should all fall under the same tenets. And if you're doing that,
You get like gold stars and you're in candy or something.
Yeah, correct.
Or
incentivize share positivity.
That works better than punishment, right?
Right, so it incentivizes kids to be, yes. And then we put this separate because it was interesting information. In 2015 and 16, it was emergency removal by race. And during that year, there were 2,959 black students in emergency removal, 217 white students, 136 multiracial, and 23 Hispanic.
And just to clarify, the different when we're talking about with the reclassification of the codes, so everyone know what we were referring to there. They said, this is new to me, so that's why I was like shocked, but instead, so our suspension rate looks like it's going down, but it's because they switched it, so now this emergency removal, a kid can be out of school for up to 3 days, and it's not considered a suspension, it's just considered an emergency removal.
Right.
And so that's why I want to do this one, and that's why we're seeing it go up, because kids are still out of the classroom overall, it's just being called something different. So while these are going up.
So just lifting up, right, across all three of these groups, right, there are intentional and potentially unintentional, right, things that happen in systems change efforts. So intentional effort to do better on suspensions, right? Let's restrict the reasons or the policies around suspension, unintended consequence, I hope, dramatic increase in emergency removals, right? Systems are resilient and they tend to fight back. And people will always find a way to keep. Over here, I heard something similar around graduation requirements, right? So if the standards actually change every year, it makes it really hard to actually meet standards, right? We did a lot of work in South Carolina last year, and they've changed the state assessment like 4 times. Many of the teachers don't even know what they're supposed to be teaching to. They don't even know the literacy requirements because they change every year, and they're changing the cut scores, they're changing the standard, right? So in that way, the system does a pretty good job of maintaining the status quo. Over here, huge effort, right? Preschool Promise, massive initiative, lots of new resources, hopefully good things to come. Many key questions remain, right? Do we actually need to link that to home visitation services? Is there actually like a continuum of care that needs to happen? Because we know that even if we've increased the amount of resources, that doesn't necessarily mean there's all the quality standards in the centers. That doesn't mean we have all the teachers we need. That doesn't mean we have all the slots that we need. And my experience is it's like hungry hippos now. For everyone saying, I want to get as many slots as I can in my system, so that's more money for me. So we're dust. Capitalism, right? So I want you to go back to your seats, but before you do, here's the instruction. I want you to think about whatever the aspiration that you're holding for your work through this program, right? Whether you want to run for school board, whether you want to become an advocate, whether you just want to be better informed as a parent or as an educator. What are the factors that you're uniquely positioned to address in that role? We give folks like 2 or 3 minutes just to do some journaling and reflection. You've got the overlay, the iceberg, right? You've done a little bit of factor analysis. Based on what you want to do, what are the factors you would be uniquely positioned to address? Wrap on this whole idea around targeted strategies, right? So how many got a chance to look at Tacoma report card? Right, so pretty amazing story. So if you, I don't know, do people remember there's that Time magazine article about dropout factories? I want to say this was 2011, and it was talking about high schools in America that essentially were manufacturing dropouts. The rates of dropout were so dramatic, and the cover included Tacoma as the prime example of a high school system. I think at the time 55% of kids graduated. So it was kind of a coin flip at that point, right? Whether kids were going to graduate or not. Over the last, I guess it's about 8 years now. So their graduation rate is approaching 90% now. Their African American students outperform white students in high school graduation by about a point or 2. They've also closed racial equity gaps around middle grade math, around early grade reading proficiency, and including for indigenous populations around school readiness. They have a lot of work to do, right? They'll be the first to admit that. But when we talk to them about like what really happened, most of the stuff was not at the event level, right? They changed a lot of the structures of the system. And so in Tacoma now, you're automatically enrolled in AP classes. Right, so when you get to high school, it's not an opt-in, it's an opt-out. So every kid gets automatically enrolled in AP classes, and you have to say, I actually don't want to do this. Right? They've changed the structure of that system to say we expect that kids are going to do great, and we'll give them the option of if they want to take different courses, but we're going to make the expectation that everybody's going to do this. The partnership, so this probably won't resonate with anybody in Cincinnati, but the business community used to be really powerful in Tacoma. And one of the biggest roles that our partnership in town played in the early years was they just literally played politics to basically get the business folks off the back of the superintendent. So she could she's an incredible leader. And she had to make some really tough calls with the union, with building heads, with actually getting principals in place that were going to be highly effective. She stepped on a lot of eggs. She broke a lot of eggshells. And one of the roles that community partners had to play was to really sort of maintain the pressure on traditional leadership in the community to say, hey, just because so-and-so is going to be pissed off or it's going to impact your fundraising campaign at the United Way, like this is the right stuff to do for the community. And so, I don't know what the average shelf life for a superintendent is anymore. I think in urban communities it was something like 2.5, 2.6 years at one point. She's been there 8 years. She's led dramatic change efforts. One of the big parts of that was actually getting sort of the power structure off her back in the early years so she could make the tough calls with the union, with teachers, with building heads. They've also implemented a whole child initiative which really focuses on social emotional learning and wraparound supports for kids, right? So as they've really looked back, they've done a lot of work on the structure of the system, but more importantly, they changed the mental models in the community. So if you drive into Tacoma, there's yard signs everywhere, and they're not for political candidates. They literally say graduate Tacoma. And on the back, there's a website for where you can enroll your kid in summer programs, where you can enroll your kid in after school. And what they've done is they built community ownership for a shared goal. And so I just wanted to lift that up towards the end of the day because change is possible. They've had like a 40 percentage point increase almost. It's like 36% increase in 8 years in high school graduation. They've closed gaps across the continuum. And even when you look at alternative school enrollment, which is one of the ways sometimes people try to game the system, they're seeing amazing increases in the alternate school system and not seeing a dramatic displacement of kids from the traditional system to alternate. Change is possible. It takes intentionality, it takes skill building, and it takes leaders like all of you. But in the spirit of optimism, I wanted to end at least that section on a true story about how change is possible. And so with that, I'm going to kick to Jasmine for all of you to decide how you're going to take that up.
So I know that you talked in an earlier session about your why, and today we kind of talked about how. How do we do this from, a systems level change, and how do we stand back to see the system that is going on? And so I just wanted to kind of take some time since I was in school board school to kind of talk about my why and my how and how I got to where I am now. So when I came into school board school, I was working with Public Allies, and I was really excited about that work, but I was still trying to figure out where I fit into everything. And I was like, maybe I'll run for school board because I love education. My background was out of school time with CPS. So I did after school and summer school and enrichment programs that also moved the needle on reading comprehension and math scores. So my first 2 years at Roberts Elementary, our kids saw like huge gains that came to the after school program in both their reading and math scores in 3rd grade and 6th grade. So I was really proud of that, and I love that. And I went through school board school, and I was kind of, everything in my life was happening, but also I was thinking about things of like, my biggest issues were, I'm going into these schools and I'm seeing that kids are not coming to school ready to learn. And that was my biggest issue, was like, they're coming to school and they don't even have the chance to be able to think about what's on the test because all of these other things are happening. Like, we gotta help mom's car broke down, or, we don't have enough food over the weekend, or, mom can't make it for whatever reason to do whatever. And so after going through school board school, or kind of in my time, I realized that my passion was for the ecosystem. And that it was no longer about how we can have the best teachers and the best superintendent and take out the, standardized tests and all of that, because if mom doesn't have a job, or dad doesn't have a job, or a place to stay that's steady, or food coming in, or is working 65 hours and can still not pay rent, like, kids still not going to be able to come ready to learn, even if they're the brightest child. So I got the opportunity to work for Councilmember P.G. Sittenfeld, and I realized that what my passion is how can we create a city where our ecosystem, like, we can't help but turn out amazing kids because they have all of their needs met, right? When we look at Maslow's hierarchy, we have their basic needs met, so their food, clothes, all of that stuff. But actually our kids are getting to the point of self-actualization. And if you're familiar with Maslow, that's the top, right? That's the place where you get to decide, like, who am I in the world? And what are the things, not only do I know my skills, but I recognize that, like, because I love to public speak, and because I, love to think critically, I can do a myriad of things. Like, I'm not just thinking, I want to be an attorney. I'm thinking, hey, I can consult, and I can do this, and I can advocate for others, and this way that we're not even thinking about how kids can do that. So I'm really excited because the things that we've been able to do, even in my short time with the office, have been helpful for that ecosystem. We passed bail reform in the city of Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, so that now the city of Cincinnati, if you have a non-violent misdemeanor, we are asking for $0 bail, right? And so that's big, because if I am a mom and I have 3 kids and I have something happen that I would have not been convicted of, why should I be away from my kids in jail because I don't have $1,000 to pay, or $250 or $5? But whatever it is, that takes me away from my kids, that takes away their source of a lot of things. So that's one of the things we've been able to do. Right now we're working on transportation, right? And so we are partnering with Republicans and charter rights and Democrats and the business community and the Better Best Coalition to create a transformational charter amendment that takes away some of the earnings tax in the city of Cincinnati, but raises the sales tax in Hamilton County so that we can put about $150 million into our bus system. And that's transformational, right? Because now if you want to go from College Hill to Hyde Park, you have to go College Hill, downtown, Hyde Park. We don't know when the bus is coming. We don't know how many buses are coming. We don't know. And how is that connecting people to not just jobs, but other resources, grocery stores, and healthcare and things of that nature, which is helping that ecosystem, right? If I know that bus is coming, then I know that I can work anywhere in the city and I can live anywhere in the city, and this city can work for me. So things like that I'm really proud of. I'm proud that I get to work on those things and research those things and meet people. I'm also a connector, so I love being a part of the affordable housing conversations and being able to raise up my experience as a single mom and say, I work for the city and this is still an issue for me. And so it's not just people who don't want to do anything, as you might say, but it's also affecting people on levels that you might not understand. And I love when I'm in the Cincy CHIP conversations, when we are talking about healthcare outcomes, and I'm able to say, hey, let's stop talking about, giving moms, fresh vegetables when we know that their doctors aren't listening to them. Yes, give them fresh vegetables, but that's not helping, right? Because Serena Williams has a personal chef, and she still almost died. So being able to have that voice in those places and to have that privilege to be able to speak on behalf of not only the mothers and the families that I worked with while I was in CPS, but of myself, and being in those situations when I was in Public Allies making $1,500 a month and being on public assistance and having my car break down in the middle of my 10 months and having to figure it out. I can use all of that to be able to not only give that information to my boss, but to speak in those spaces. So that's how school board and my why went into my how. And so I hope that that's helpful, because this experience doesn't have to just be about running. It can also be about figuring out how you reconcile all of these things and how you figure out where you want to plug yourself in to do the things. For some it might be running, and that's great, and now you have a group of people who can support you in that way. But for some it might just be realizing I never even knew that this was possible. So I hope that that's helpful.
Thank you.
So I can talk briefly. It's not really as cool. But no, so I mentioned transit, right? So I went to Ohio State. I had all the privilege in the world growing up. I grew up with this amazing. So I grew up. I lived with my grandmother for about a year and a half, 2 years. So I shared a room with my cousin, who's kind of like my older brother. He's my second sibling. And then next door was my great aunt and uncle, and then we ended up building a house next door to them. So we had 9 people for Sunday dinner for 16 years. So my mom taught, and I would get dropped off. I would, catch the bus at our house, and then I would get dropped off at my grandmother's because my mom would work late. And so we just had this little village, right? So I feel like my whole sort of perspective on life is like we all live in these little villages, but sometimes systems fuck those up. And so my why is really, for me, it's about wealth and about power, and how do we actually deconstruct systems in a way that leads to a more equitable distribution of wealth and power in this country, because we're sort of uniquely positioned in the world where this confluence of race and power and privilege has come together in a very intentional way. And being like a 6'4", 320-pound, incredibly fast white guy, I feel a responsibility to use that privilege to disrupt systems and to use the access that I have and that I get in a lot of different rooms to do something different than others who might have that privilege. And so I went to Ohio State. I did this nonprofit management program. I did all sorts of things because I had the privilege to actually not know what I wanted to do and just kind of float around at Ohio State until I found something that I was passionate about, and it was this nonprofit management program. And so I worked for the Health Alliance. If anyone ever remembers that as a thing here in town.
I worked there.
That was my first internship, was in the PR marketing department at the Health Alliance, which was this amazing moment in time where you had 6 hospital systems trying to come together and figure out procurement and processes and who works for who, and then it kind of all fell apart because a bunch of old white guys were arguing over who got the
We
neuro center.
unwound.
Unwound. But it frankly came down to a couple egos, right? Who gets the new neuro center versus the new heart center, right? And so at the end of the day, all of that kind of got wrapped up and deconstructed this thing that could have been really beneficial for a whole lot of folks. And so that was my really my culminating internship in college, as it was all being unwound. And I spent like this whole summer writing press releases about Dean Karyakis, who's an amazing surgeon, but like literally, I felt like all I did was write press releases about whatever new stent he was putting into somebody, and it wasn't super satisfying. And so when I came back to town, I got connected to a guy named Chris Ford, who was a city council member way back in the day. And Chris and I met at a bar, and I was getting ready to start at a job at Metro, at the Transit Authority, as the web guy. And I just started to work on campaigns on the side. And so I was like the guy that would post your bus detours on the website, and I had a pager. It was super awesome. I was not stuff. I was on call 24/7, which is terrible as like a 22-year-old. You just didn't want to be on a pager updating bus detours. But over time, I kind of navigated my way into this campaign policy space. Worked on this really low-profile project called the Cincinnati Streetcar for about 6 years. Nobody had any feelings about it. But I did all the financing for the streetcar project, so I was a lobbyist at one point and did all the federal and state lobbying, and then got really involved in some of the early childhood work in Cincinnati. So I was on the board of the Manual Center here in Over the Rhine, which at the time, which by the way no longer exists, because now it's a squash cabin. But at the time, it was the oldest licensed daycare in the state of Ohio. And we served 24 kids in 2 classrooms, and it was this incredible place about a block from my house that did amazing things for kids. And as that neighborhood changed, that business model was no longer sustainable. And so now that building is a squash cabin. And it taught me a pretty hard lesson about how
it's like racquetball.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's on the coast, literally squash.
What?
So on the coast, they use this as a prep program to get essentially low-income kids into prep academies by getting squash scholarships. And that's a fine and noble thing, right? But probably not the same impact as a quality early childhood center in the heart of one of the most gentrifying neighborhoods in the country. And so I learned a pretty hard lesson there, and had the opportunity to contribute to Stride Partnership, trying to think about how do we realign transit service in the city to support kids in places like Avondale, Roselawn, Bond Hill to actually get access to Kings Island. So Kings Island for many years used to hire kids from Europe, pay for private buses to take them out there. So one of the projects I worked on was actually using federal dollars called JARC, Job Access Reverse Commute, to make sure our kids in our communities got access to our jobs at Kings Island. And then as the Strive work started to get a lot of interest nationally, I got the privilege to come over to this team, and we've now grown to 67 cities, 29 states, 13.7 million kids, 8.6 million students of color, which is about 12.5% of the total U.S. children's population. And I feel this calling to support building those little villages like I had when I grew up, and to make sure that every one of the 13.7 million kids has that chance.
So we want to take some time now for you all to think deeply about your why and connect it to your how. So we handed out some additional questions here. You have reflection questions in your journal. These are some additional questions. There's a lot of questions. So what we want you to do is just take the next couple minutes, just quietly reading through all the questions and picking 1 or 2 that really resonate with you at this moment. Like, hopefully something's going to jump out at, like, yes, this is what I want to reflect on at the end of my time in this session. So when you think about, really deeply thinking about connecting your why to your how, we're hoping one of these questions here might help you make those connections. So we'll give you a couple minutes to just read through the reflection questions in your journal and those additional questions. Pick one or two of them. We've all processed differently. So if you want to talk to a neighbor, because that's how you process stuff, find a neighbor who also processes that way. Don't talk to someone who's like, I need quiet. And talk with them about it. If you're somebody who just wants to find an alone spot because you need to quietly think about everything you've been talking and thinking through today, find a quiet spot. Just stay in this general-ish area here. And we're going to take about 10-15 minutes just doing this. Then we'll come back together to just close out this part before, as you all know, we're going to be doing our fundraising stuff next. We talked about that on Thursday night. But we want to give you some time to really try to let this stuff sink in from today. So, a couple minutes to quietly read through the questions, decide what you're going to use to reflect on. Then, on your own, either processing out loud with someone who processes that way or in a quiet spot. All right.
My husband being from this different world than me explaining things to him outside of my bubble because you don't have a washer and dryer, or the one in your building's broken, or you don't have any clothes aren't matching. You know what I mean? It's not seem to be doing anything. Because I lived it, like nobody, none of these kids from my husband went to high school. That's a problem. You know, I thought about maybe having to do it. I never had to think about that.
All right, so that's together. As a group. Okay, so hopefully that, I know that's not a ton of time to process everything that we have talked about, thought about, pushed you all to think about today, but hopefully that gives you a start, and then we've got an additional set of questions here, and as this is kind of all settling in and you're thinking about it some more, you can come back to and keep reflecting on. So I wanted to give a big thank you today to Jasmine and Colin. For leading us in this work. I mean, they're not easy conversations to have, and I think they took them on head on, allowing us to do the same. So they set a very good model for that, for how we're going to be talking about this. I mean, I think it's tough stuff, but it's so important no matter what you want to do. I did want to say one thing too, that even coming out of the last couple of sessions where we've been, I think some of us shocked into reality of what it is going on behind the scenes and what it is to be a board member, and I don't want that to actually scare anyone off, right? So like when you think about when Rick was talking about some of his colleagues and their less than scrupulous ways that they were acting, what did he do? He went out and recruited Eileen Fareed to go run for board, right? You know, he went and found people he knew were going to be full of integrity to join him in that work. And so, I mean, when I think about this group of people, like how eager I would be to vote for each one of you to go do that work. So I just want to put that out there, that let's not be scared off by that. Let's be the ones who actually go in and say, I'm going to operate with the integrity and the vision and this group of people backing me and do this work right. Okay, so with all of that, one thing we do want to do just to close out this section before we do logistics and fundraising is just think about, take like 10 seconds to think about, on the positive end, right? We heard lots of stuff about what's happening in our systems currently. We also saw lots of things that were trending in the right direction. We saw entire districts. We saw, men of color in preschools. We saw lots of things. And so to kind of close this out, we're going to throw some Post-it notes on the table. We'd just love you to take, not more than 10 seconds to just jot down something positive coming out of today that you are thinking that's going to inspire you to do this kind of systems level work. So just jot it down, and then if you could stick it up on this wall back here, and then on our way out, when you leave and take tacos with you, you will, yeah, and bagels. On your way out, we're just going to ask that you kind of just do do a gallery walk and look at all the things your classmates are saying, and then for real go in and get a plate of tacos covered up and bring dinner home for your family. Yes, so 10 seconds, jot it down, go throw it on the wall. Anything positive that you're feeling coming out of today?
We're still getting. It sounded like we're getting.
Okay, so one more thing, while you're writing, when we had this training last year, it was really, really, really tough. And I can remember kind of at the end of it, kind of being at the point of tears and just thinking about all of these things and just feeling frustrated. And when it was time to check out, one of the things that I thought about, and I want to offer this to you as well, is that I sat at the racial justice breakfast for the YWCA that year, and Vanya Davis was the speaker. She's the sister of Angela Davis. And so one of the things that she talked about was this dichotomy between being a warrior and being a healer, and that her sister was obviously the warrior, she was a warrior as well, but she couldn't take always being the warrior, and she had to take some time away from it, and so she got this PhD, I believe it was in South Africa, with a healer, and decided that instead of putting her energy toward the things that she didn't want the world to be, like fighting against racism and fighting against classism and fighting against all of these things, that she wanted to put her energy towards creating the world that she wanted to see. And so in the midst of all of this, that was what came to me and what comforted me when I was at the point of tears thinking about my little brown boy and my little brown girl and what they were going to be up against in the system, right? And so as much of a warrior spirit as I am, I realize that the energy that I want to put is toward the world that I want to see. What do I want to bring for them? What do I want to manifest for them? What do I want to manifest for their children? And so on and so on. And so sometimes we get caught up again in the negativity and what are the things that we don't want, but how much more life-giving and fruitful is it for us to take the time to put our energy and our time and our effort in creating what we want, so that we're doing it out of a place of love, and we're doing it not out of a place of negativity and hatred, but out of a place of love and new beginnings. So just wanted to leave that with you. Hopefully that is inspirational for you, because I know it was a hard day, but I keep that in the back of my mind when I'm having these conversations that are really difficult, because the system is not broken, and so it's not about fixing it, it's about how are we creating a system that will work for the people that we want it to work for. So thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. All right. So go ahead and put up there all those things, the positive ways you're going to create that world. So I'm going to do some quick logistics. This is what the rest of our time together is going to be. Quick logistics. We're going to take a group picture with Colin and Jasmine, and then we're going to do our fundraising stuff, and we'll do a quick check-in with your group project, and we'll be done for the day. So, okay, so some quick logistics, same things that we covered Thursday, so I'll just do real quick. Remember, we had the Student Achievement Committee meeting 1:30 at the Ed Center. Chance to debrief with the board chair afterwards. And then we have our Intro to Big Issues session. And so we'll be back at Mayerson Academy, the Ed Center. And we went over the other day who all of our guests are. So also just a reminder with the pre-work, as you've been seeing, a lot of the pre-work we've said before, we said it the first night, worth a reminder that we don't always necessarily address every piece of pre-work in the sessions. Again, the pre-work is to help everyone come in with at least a baseline of context around stuff. I thought it was worth mentioning again, because when we talk about big issues in education, I mean, this could be, each one of the things these people are working on could be an entire semester course, or a graduate level course. And so trying to pick one article about charter schools was kind of an impossible task, and one that wasn't biased one way or the other. And so, again, we're trying to pick things that will at least give people a baseline of information coming into the sessions. And then, like we said, it's going to be a really diverse group of folks. This is a time, I don't want anyone to come in thinking we're telling you something is right or something is not right. We're trying to present lots of different viewpoints on the same issues, so you can come away saying, I want to learn more about X or Y, and come to your own conclusions from that. Couple other things, don't forget the back of your journals, there's all those pages that have your classmates' names. Those are places for, like, especially today when your classmates were dropping these truth bombs left and right, like, I want to remind you of it. It's a great place to jot down the wisdom from your classmates. Even tell them that, right? Like, when you said X, it really made me think or changed my thought on something. It's a great place to keep all of that throughout our time together. One other thing, one of our class 1 grads wanted me to tell you all is she wanted to do a book club last year on this, on the leadership book, and nobody took her up on it. So if there is anybody who wants to talk about the practice of adaptive leadership, Elise really wants to talk to you. So I'm going to throw that out there. So if anyone's reading it and wants to dissect it and talk about it, let me know, and I'm going to set you up with Melise. I think that is all of my notes here. So let's take our picture, and then we'll give you what we're going to do for fundraising. So yeah, I'm trying to think where we all fit. Maybe over against the wall here. Let's all group up, and we'll take a picture with Colin and Jazz.
So never take a team. My sister's 6'2" too, so we always. My mom's 5'10".
Okay. All right. Group up. Oh, of course I made it like a Arthur, Don, come on in. All right, squeeze together. Okay, yours reaches taller than our digital natives get together using the language and kind of how everybody broke it down yesterday. They have access to a folder of pictures, all of that stuff. Nicole sent them the link to the RIOB page. They're going to start actually putting this stuff together into a working website. So it won't be launched yet. No one worry about that yet, but they're going to start building that out. Our marketers, remember your job is to decide on things like the budget info, what do you want to include, Nicole sent that your way, like what would be compelling to people. So what do you want to include on our website, the donor levels, what should those look like? Once you've decided on that, send it over to Digital Natives because they have to get it on the website, okay? And Digital Natives is John, Akshaya, Alex. Emily, did you end up on that team?
I think I'm Socialite or
Socialite, okay.
one of those.
Great.
I can be whatever.
Okay, and then Miranda, I think we need to decide what team you're going to be on. Yeah. And then socialites and politicals, remember you're brainstorming potential fundraising activities. What are ones you've been to that you think would be really successful? Who would you be attracting to go to those? Who would your target audiences be? All that kind of stuff. And then as we leave here today, since kind of one of the next times we're together, we're going to be ready to launch. So after we leave here today, we want you to be finalizing your prospect list and practicing your pitch with anyone who will listen to you and give you some feedback on it. So go ahead, let's say digital natives, maybe over here where Alex is seated, marketers, right back here by Annie, and then socialites and politicals, you're going to be together, so maybe grab some chairs and come on over this way. We'll give you about 20 minutes. Yes, Annie.
We had like a brainstorm of our donor levels, but if anyone is like really good at fundraising and has some great ideas about how to break down donor levels, is passionate, come join our conversation.
There you go. Yes, you don't have to stick in the group because they weren't there that